So, you guys have a good week? How was everyone?
It's good.
It's been doing okay. Things on my end of the woods, things are going okay.
Well, I wish they could be better for you, William, but you know.
Oh no, things are actually going good. Like legit.
You're right. You're right. How would I have known?
It's okay, man. Like, but I got a new job opportunity
Ooh,
with
is that gonna be closer to the other half?
yes, and that's the biggest thing. And I basically the way the interview went, I have that job, and so I'm
Wonderful.
just like
Awesome.
the moment that I get an offer letter, then that's signed, 2-week notice, and I move there. So in that regards, things are actually good. So I'm using that to brighten my life and not look at everything that I really don't like around my country. But in other news, I'm ready for D&D.
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
As you should be.
Bar.
Spotlight gives me weird vibes.
What?
Weird vibes.
Yeah,
That's
the
okay.
thing Johnny
Do you
sent
have
me.
any changes you'd like to make to that, or any ideas of something similar? I'm just thinking like, hey, how can we have other
They would
people?
need to spend narrative points.
Didn't I have that written in with it?
Oh, I misread that line. Okay, yeah, never mind. There is narrative points. Okay, then I misread that as in they can give you narrative points, and I was
No,
like,
no, I don't need to give narrative. I don't need to give anything. I just thought it would be cool to be like, hey, how can I get people in the scene? How can I, it's like say there's going to be opportunities where in the future I could be really handy with fate manipulation for them, or if they need like a reroll in the sense, or
Mhm.
just like going forward, and it would also help really well for this fight. I was just trying to think of ways I could really get the most out of the Aurora uniform in this situation. And I was just like, what about that? That was just one of the ideas. So if you think if it's cool, we could implement it. But there's also if you want to make any changes, feel free. If this is too early, and I should have got it to you earlier as well, like that's completely fine too. We can
No, as long as it's got a narrative
cost. Yeah,
cost to it,
yeah,
it's fine.
and it's
What to
4. So
do?
okay, so I'll explain. The idea is called spotlight. So there's going to be situations where, for example, you two are watching me, and you're like, "Oh fuck, what can I do? What can I do?" Well, in this case, you can utilize your position within the orrery to apply a narrative bonus, either depending on the like what station you want to utilize that your affinity to, or send off some of your action economy to the person in the spotlight, or one of your powers you can utilize, and you would use narrative points from your pool to apply that. um, in this case, it goes for all the ways in a sense. So if someone like not me in this case, Lyron, you're doing something important, and we're like off to the side or cheering you on in a sense, we can be like, all right, how can I add myself in this situation to help? How could it be utilized in a way that I can't do in normal means? So I was trying to think of a way like, all right, well, what about if we say give them buffs, or send action economy, or something along those lines. So that's the idea of our level 4 or uniform complex ability. And depending on like what you want to do, you say like, hey, can I do this? And that would be like, all right, it costs 4 narrative points, and then you spend that and you don't have it for the rest of the session, but at least you have the opportunity to provide that for the scene.
So, like, the suit would allow you to use my sound ability to teleport, for example.
Yeah, something like on your
Fits
sheet.
With
Yeah.
my okay. That won't get us in trouble. Not here, at least.
Mhm.
They're just borrowing an ability. Is that cheating?
Well, it's actually just a suit function at that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a spirit hand. You're helping in a way of like, you got your parents in the back of you and you're about to do this really hard thing and they're like, I got you, fam.
Then Lars suddenly performs a magical girl transformation.
Like I imagine something like that would cost like 5 narrative points or more. But it's just something we can do because we're gonna have these situations where it's like, oh fuck, what can I do? Like I just sit and watch and now, but
So I think my suit might kill you to wear it.
let's not do that.
That'd be bad.
And all it is really is just another usage of narrative points. It's just another
Yep.
way to apply them.
A more structured way to do it. All right. So you were using your last 2 DTS to retool your
Yes.
martial arts.
The first one is I added some extra ESMP I had 39 that I was just like saving and I completely forgot about. So I applied that to my barbecue. And I've also decided to make one like I changed up one of my ESMP abilities.
Mhm.
So instead of the usual special I had, which was hot exterior, I decided to make the cookout. So
Okay.
the cookout is a cascade ability, which allows me to do 5 extra attacks, 5 key apiece. So I would do it like 40 times with my weapon skill bonus.
Ankle slap. Slap, slap,
And
slap,
then
slap.
I pretty much overwhelm their defenses and then apply the fumble chance. I was trying to think of ways, like, because the whole thing I've been doing this week is just like, all right, I'm going to make a bunch of flow abilities and like apply it through that. But then I just looked at it and I'm like, why don't I just do it like this? So I think I'm going to make that cookout change. I'm thinking about it. I'm really, really thinking about it because I feel like I should have another defensive ability for myself in case of soak, but my shielding and my temp health is like it's good. Um, oh, and I've been offered a boiled icing cupcake. Oh man, I'm such a lucky lad. Um, But yeah, so those last 2 downtime scenes, I make the changes and then I rest and we're into the sorry. Um Before I because I think I can do this only with one downtime scene. The second downtime scene, I need to get rid of all my fate. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put all of the fate currency I would have received for this session into the trash can.
Okay.
So I'm going to feed the trash can my let's open this up. I'm going to feed the trash can my 6 fake currency, my 6 boons, my 6 bone coins, my 12 tumbleweeds, my 5 destiny fragments for the session.
And if we have, did you already purchase level 4 conflicts?
Yes, already purchased.
So one of us should hold on to convergence to toss it onto 100 if we so choose to do that and
Mhm.
completely restart.
Now to
Also,
know, session could be very short today if we go down
Yeah,
the
I know,
unusual
right?
path.
Look, that's just chance.
there's
that
nothing else I
happens.
can do. We're going into this knowing that it's the opportunity that this can happen, and I'm doing my best to make it a 1% chance instead of a 2% chance. Um, so yeah. Um, so I
The
thought. Oh, go ahead.
sorry. I just wanted to reiterate: if we put a convergence on there, we lose our masters, don't we?
Yes, but we want the option unless if it picks our fancy at the moment.
I mean,
I don't really want to lose my master, but who
I
knows? Something
I
could
have another
change
idea.
drastically in the middle of this fight.
I have another idea as well. So it won't be just using a convergence. It's using a Dow of critical failure of fear, also in the convergence. And I think it's really like narratively functional really well because like I fear death, and we'd be going to like the literal god of death's realm. So I would apply my critical failure Dow onto that, and then apply it to that cascading failure.
So,
Because
so I
that's
think we're not using the convergence unless we want to get rid of our masters. Is what?
correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, I would
like your master.
prefer to. Yeah, I like my master. I'd prefer to not lose Lore Keeper.
Same. My master is quite useful.
Yeah, and I have no idea how you feel about duality, but
Oh, I absolutely love her
okay.
because she's a moon, and I love my moons.
So we're probably not using a convergence, but you know.
Just in case.
I also have her as like my spirit mentor as one of my qualities, and she's also our spaceship.
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean, oh right, yeah, we could keep our spaceship in hell.
Yeah, yeah. Then we get special hell ores, hell elements in space, hell space.
Anyways, sorry to disrupt from that.
you're fine.
No problem.
So
That's
I'm
part of the
zeroing
discussion
out
there.
all my fake currency here.
You're gonna use all your fake currency here?
Yeah, I'm zeroing it out, and I'm putting it all into the trash can. I'm not burning. I'm just
No, the special.
yeah. I'm letting the trash can eat that fade up, num num num, as a nice tasty snack, and I'm seeing if anything pops out at the end in this situation, but probably not. I just remember you saying if I ever overfed the trash can, something interesting would happen. But other than that, I am
Something whirs within the ship.
okay. Okay. Um, secondly, um, I have the option to every week um, send or so my cosmic blessing, light chaser hype lane. You remember that, right, Matt?
Mm-hmm.
So either every day or once a week, I can roll 1d1000. In this case, I do believe it'd be 7 1d1000s in this case for the week.
Mm.
So I'm going to roll those. And roll 7. I'm looking for a 50 or less. Oh my god, I got a 15. All right. So favorable conditions. I would like to send some of my solar qigong into the race.
Send me your blessing.
Yeah.
Just want to double check.
Yeah. Um, Black gold, 360. Da-da-da.
These beaters need to be cleaned, Johnny.
Oh.
Mm.
I wanted to have the option of having some solar qigong that was supercharged, so I could utilize one of my qigong abilities. That's really all I wanted to do.
Yep.
So I would like to spend 10 if I could. Or if
So
you want to
whatever
do
you
it,
put in the circuit
Mhm.
is now going fast enough to combine with your nitro capsules.
okay.
Yeah.
So do you want to have it like turn into a nitro capsule? And is that what you're trying to say?
Nope.
Okay.
No, because the nitro capsule needs something going fast enough to basically be adjacent to the speed dial.
Okay.
Because you
So
do have access to the speed dial, but not directly.
Yeah.
You have that racing circuit. If you can put resources in it, not only does it have that benefit of going fast, but you can also pair it with
okay.
your nitro capsule.
Okay. So I would like to put in 10 of my solar.
They go fast.
If it's favorable conditions, I got really lucky there. If you want to have them roll and see if I lose them or not, you can, go for that. However you want to do it. I don't know.
No, 1 through
Um,
50 is favorable conditions. It's the other bet.
Yeah. If I was going to use the 970, that you would do a possible hit. They're going to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those 10 are supercharged at the moment,
Okay.
which means they're ready for combination.
Wonderful. Um,
The real question is, what's your agility, toughness plus reinforcements?
so my agility is 110. I
Mhm.
have one agility reinforcement.
Okay.
And I don't have any toughness reinforcement. I just have willpower reinforcement.
Okay.
I have a weapon skill, which is a physical. That's a cultivation. Yeah, physical reinforcement, physical weapon skill, and then I have physical reinforcement, swiftness, and then I have force of will reinforcement 4, and then I have spiritual influence or refinement or reinforcement, whatever you want to do it. Tier 1. So that's what I currently have. I have a toughness of 100. I have 234 wounds. All right. I'm going to rest and onto the match.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm doing poison stuff when that's about to be going down. I have no idea of the timeline at this point.
Weren't you a little bit ahead?
I was. That's why I'm not certain.
Okay. Well, you push back some of the rolls a bit, but you're still ahead.
Okay.
If we have to dial it back because something crazy happens, then so be it.
Understood.
All right. It's a fight time. Hey Johnny, it might be fight time.
Let's do it.
Hey. All right. I'm thinking, what type of music do I want? Hmm. Initiatives, please.
Hmm.
Batman begins. Hey Johnny.
That makes sense. I'm closest.
I'm gonna hit you with the bad touch. What do you think?
Love it. I'm gonna dodge whatever you're doing.
I hit you with the smack.
Well, I don't want to get hit with a smack. So I'm just gonna get this dodge ready.
Okay.
But I want to know if there's any inescapable you want to apply, or if there's
It'll be a little bit. All right. Need to roll a weapon skill test for this technique. At a minus 200. 0.
I haven't seen anything yet.
They
Nice.
get the roll. Okay.
Well, it's hard not to, I suppose, besides with 100. So perfect. I'm going to apply freedom here. It's so you said a minus 200 for me as well.
No. It was they had to do a minus 200 to their test because that's part of the technique I built
Technique. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
for what's to come next.
I see. So what's the negative? I suppose in this case.
Give me a moment. Gotta do.
Is this also a sheet technique?
It's not a key technique.
Okay.
It is a. There's a touch of qigong, but mostly it's key.
Okay.
They still have to hit you because that's just them using the skill.
Yep.
It is a single hit.
But I don't want to get hit by any of those weapons, FYI, because those are the bad touch weapons.
So you have to beat 31. It's overwhelm, not
Yep.
negative. This is a cut that is swung so hard it creates a negative pressure vacuum.
I see. So is it not a dodge and it's more of like a strength thing, or what are we doing here?
You can do whatever you'd like.
Okay,
You have to meet whatever the defense be instead of just dodge or parry. The special for this one is any defense you apply that requires a roll.
Has a negative applied, which is 30.
No, not negative. Has to beat their attack DOS.
Yes, has to beat the attack DOS.
Yeah, but there's no negative to your roll to dodge or defend.
Oh, so I don't have this 120. I'm not going to do anything with that. I just need to beat the degrees of success. Gotcha.
Yes.
Awesome.
But
So
downside is, if you have something that doesn't require a roll to defend, this does not apply.
Gotcha. So what I'm gonna do, let me look at my stuff right quick. So Burning Liberty.
Another thing of note, it does have a reverse graviton effect.
Yeah. Okay.
And it gets a graviton rating of the tens place of the DOS, so they get 3. If
I do get
if you reposition within 3 meters of the original attack, or like the original location you were in when you defended, you're still hit.
I'm still sucked in a sense. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
It's like an AOE effect. Gotcha.
Yep.
So first of all, I have Mastery and Dodge, which gives me a half of my agility bonus, which is 110 rounded up. So it would be 60. So I have a plus 60
Very
there.
nice.
And then I'm going to use Even Further Beyond to apply a plus 299 for 1 fatigue. Dodge.
You should be able to get out of the way with that. That was nice.
I think so.
Yeah.
60 plus 299. 43. Excellent.
Very nice.
Within that, I'm using my freedom. Okay, didn't roll my 10. That's fine. I'm reducing my my key by 10. And I'm going to reposition myself. So over here. All right, everything all good?
Yep.
If you
Oh
try
my
to
gosh,
attack,
where did he go?
if you try to attack of opportunity, I have things that ignore. So
No,
I have that going for me.
Go for it.
All right. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to
How high up in the air are you?
I'm not high up in the air at all. I just literally just flew right over top and then right behind him.
Okay. Being in proximity with the necromancer, the moment you enter proximity, you have a -10 to all your rolls. And
Okay.
for every turn that you stay adjacent, stacks a -10.
Okay, cool. Is this not the pain practitioner?
No, that's the necromancer.
Oh, I thought these guys were the pain
They can,
practitioner.
they can necromance if you want to.
Oh, okay. It was this guy that's the pain practitioner.
The guy in the red. Yeah, red.
Who's their pain mistress then? Who's the mistress? This person?
The big spiky lady? Yeah. That's the mistress.
So so that was just my assumption then. I figured these guys were watching the pain mistress. I mean this like for the pain guy. And
So
then
this is the pain guy.
gotcha. So they just had swapped positions. I figured they would have been over. Okay, that's my mistake. All right, -10 for every turn I'm within proximity, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
And the initial turn you enter.
Gotcha. So -20 for my rolls. Awesome.
Yep.
Alrighty. So let's get this party started. Ignition. I thought I didn't need a roll for ignition. Abilities. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna get a shield going. And I'm gonna subtract 10 key. I need to also add a fatigue from last. Okay, what's that? Okay, I'm initializing flow from my ignition.
Oh my gosh, what?
Yeah, so let's bring up my Burning Liberty. I'm then going to do Hunger next. But I need to do an attack action, right? So I'm going to do a weapon skill test.
Man has shield. Shield good.
I've attacked with a weapon skill attack. And then I apply my additional things. So let's do Hunger.
Then some good shields, Johnny.
I'm going to apply more shields.
More shields.
And I'm also going to apply temp wounds for myself. Oh, no, not yet. Not yet. Okay, so I'm going to hit him 6 times right here. Is he wanting to do any defenses with his necromancy mumbo jumbo?
For the attack,
Yeah.
they're gonna put a bone shield in front.
Okay.
It's just a shield, so you apply the hits.
Okay, perfect. Gear. Bonus action, apply flame to my weapon. Here is my quick question, Matt. My wooden sword. You didn't actually give me anything for like its damage profile or pen. Just the special qualities of it. Is there anything extra I should be incorporating with the penultimate weapon? Is there like any like baseline damage it does, or pen, or anything like that, or should I just keep it as a 1d10?
2010.
Perfect. And no extra pen. Okay. Okay.
You're
Here
pretty sure
is
there's a lot more to the object,
yeah.
but for now it's a stick. A
Moon
very
cutting
durable,
stick.
flexible stick.
There's a symbology and importance in someone's path that's been overlaid on the stick. So here's the damage. So 512 damage to it and 116 pen, with named fire attached for damage applied.
Okay. You chip some of the bone.
Okay. There's the first one. Here's the second one. This is also applying my fun things from Path of the Sword. So it has Devastating 2 applied and 4 Felon. It has Sundering and Ruinous. So each hit I'm doing 1% durability damage.
Mhm.
Okay. And is this like a physical shield or a
Yeah,
spiritual?
It's a physical one.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to double check that.
It's made of bone.
Yeah. And Vicious. Weapon with Vicious quality inflicts deep lasting damage when they hit the hardest. Each damage die on you roll the maximum damage value. When using the weapon's quality, you deal additional direct damage, unreductible and mitigable damage where access equals the rating of this quality. And I think I only have Vicious 1 and Sunbreak 1. So I didn't roll any, especially it's only just a 1d10, so no hits there. Does the fumble apply to, would it apply to the shield in a sense, or is it just applying to the person?
For shields, it doesn't apply to anything but the shield.
Okay,
That's
so
what makes shields strong.
yeah, exactly. So in other words, would the shield be rolling on fumble in this case for every hit I do?
Yeah.
You're like, okay. So I guess you can roll in the GM roll for like a 99 or less. I'm going to do the other attacks. So here's the next one.
How many total hits?
It's going to be 6 total hits.
Okay, you don't need to roll for damage because the shield's pretty chunky.
Okay.
6 total hits, some good damage, but that's a thick shield. So we got no. Unfortunately, none of them fumble, but the fumble's up, growing.
I just wanted
Menacing.
to let you know about Ruinous, because it now has a 6% Ruinous as well. And I did direct damage from that last hit because I rolled a 10 from Vicious 1. Perfect. So I am subtracting key minus 30.
And yeah, you hurt them.
Which then flows into interior grilling. Didn't do that one. But that's an additional 5 hits. And I didn't recover any fake currency. And then I'm applying the temp health to myself. Okay, gonna do another 5 hits. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 3 more direct damage. Another 5% in durability, and another 5% less for each fumble chance. Or sorry, another percent chance for each fumble. Lower.
Okay. Fortunately, I did not roll that fumble chance.
That's fine. As long as the percentage there is still applied. I'm so my key is 178 minus 30. And then I am using my last part of my flow, which is Ever-Burning Liberty. I am going to, yeah, Ever-Burning Liberty. None of those as well. Subtracting 30. And apply extra shield. Okay, that's 4 basic attacks, but these ones hurt, Matt. So, quick question for you.
Mhm.
If I use Even Further Beyond to apply my damage and pen to an attack, would it count for this Ever-Burning Liberty's full attack or just one single basic attack?
What attack?
Okay, so it doesn't count for the whole usage of the ability. It just counts for one damage profile, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You could probably do some research to see if you can to apply it to other
Yeah,
follow-ups in the same role, but
that's fine.
Ba, 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 ba. Swing the stick. Swing
Yeah.
it real good.
So 1,526 damage.
Some damage, you say?
Yeah, 1,526 pen on 116.
What fumble?
So at this point, our first attack 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6, and
6,
then
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
All right.
Oh.
Well, you got the fumble.
Nice.
The thing breaks on hit. Shield's gone.
All right. So I follow through with cleave.
Hmm.
And that's why I did this last. So, do you want to apply any extra bits? Like, do you need to roll dodge at this point, or is he going to do another shield pop up? Or
We're gonna use a different ability here.
okay,
So they're gonna apply an offense's defense.
Okay.
They're gonna spend 10 bone points,
Mhm.
and they're gonna build a shield that gives them a single-use shield, but also deals direct damage to the target, equal
Okay.
to the amount of damage any of their shields would have taken in a single round.
Gotcha. So, is this applying to my shield or through my shield?
To your shield. If it was just if you didn't have a shield, it would
Go
hit
help.
your health bar directly. But that's why shields are strong.
Yeah. So here's damage. Um,
Well, it's all of your attacks that you made against them this round. Add that up.
oh, okay, perfect. Let's do that. So this one's gonna go. This is a different hit then. Okay, perfect. Oh, now I gotta do some math. I think I'm gonna just pull out the calculator for this one.
You made quite a few. Although your shield is 49k, I don't think you dealt enough damage to break that shield.
It's true. But I should still subtract though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Let's just average. I think that's the best way to do it. So 500, 500, 500, 500, 500, 500, 500, 500. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 times 500 equals 5,000 plus 1, 5, 2, 6. So I'm going to subtract 6, 2, 5, 6. Okay, I've subtracted from my shield. So then I do the cleave, which then hits into this one shield that was offense to defense, and then that breaks, or what happens next in this case?
They have it for the rest of the round, and then it disappears at the top of their turn.
Okay, so
it is
okay.
armor equal to your the damage you would have.
My 6,256 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they get it armor for that much, and then they also deal that much back to the target attack.
Every time I would do the damage. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. But it just triggers for the round.
Yeah, that's cool. So, and that was a reaction they used. This is 2 reactions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Because then I'm going to. So I have that one. That one hit. So that's. So is it ablative armor or actual armor? That's the next question. Like, so is it something I could power through, or is it something that even if I hit, I'm gonna kind of get screwed over in a sense?
It just if you hit it, it deals that much back to you. The armor value.
Yep. Okay, that's fine.
But you did damage to it, so the armor is now reduced by that last hit. So
okay, so it's
technically
ablative.
you could. Oh yeah, ablative. I thought you said bladed.
Yeah. I just want to know what I could do next. That's pretty much what I was asking.
It is ablative.
All right, perfect.
If you break down the armor, it deals less and less damage back to you.
Okay. So second question, is it doing 6,526 damage every time I hit it to my shield?
Nope. It's whatever
Just
damage
the damage
you
I'm
reduce it
doing.
by.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, no, it's the armor value of the item, and then your sundering and pen reduce its value.
Okay.
So
because I'm going
next time you hit it, It would reduce it again by your sundering in pen.
Um,
Oh Jesus Christ! You're hitting it for fucking 1,500 damage.
yeah. And I still have one more hit to go. And then bam. So I'm subtracting from my my shields.
It goes too fast.
Perfect. Okay. And then I needed to. My key was 148, and I've subtracted the 30 already. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to. So I did. That was 1/2. And then an additional 1/2. So, guys, does anyone want to give me some extra action economy to utilize?
How?
Spotlight, your orrery special.
Okay.
No passing. Like there's not going to be any number of narrative points you can spend to grant action economy from yourself to another.
Okay.
You can spend action economy and narrative points to foist an effect
Okay.
through it, but no action economy passing. Like
Gotcha,
Key is
gotcha.
dumb enough as it is, where you can flow a bunch of stuff without the action economy attached.
Mhm.
So let's not do that.
Gotcha. Okay. So
If you have something
I-
that makes the cost of the move cheaper,
Mhm.
that could work. Such as if it costs a half action, you're like, I don't have a half action, but I have a bonus action, and one of you can reduce its reduce it down a tier.
Gotcha. So this is what I'd like to do next. I use the half action there, another half action. I'd like to use a free action and a bonus action from Hunger here to apply this martial art. So then I'm going to be subtracting another 30,
You're getting more shield.
getting more shields. 49140.
I'm thick as fuck.
And then this gives me 5 plus extra basic attacks to apply here for auto hit. So Hunger. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And I've already subtracted my 30. So out of that, there was 3,000 out of the 6,000, and then another 1,000 for 4,000, another 1,000 for 5,000, and that 500 there, so 550 armor left on that shield. Sorry, no, 1,000 left armor of the shield armor. And then I'm going to flow then into the next one, which is I did Hunger. We're going to do Interior Grilling next.
Look at this man doing the flows.
It's only cost key plus action economy for the first one.
Never stop hitting.
Never
Okay.
stop hitting.
plus 2, 4, 5, 7, 0. And then that's an additional 5 attacks. 1, 2. All right, I've broken the shield. I've done over 6,500 damage, which was the initial armor profile for the shield.
Yep. Well, we're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits since the last time I've
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, which would be 93 or higher.
And one was close, but it was not a 93 or higher.
That's fine. But the shield is broken at this point.
It's, basically, yeah. Jesus Christ, dude.
And I still have 3 more hits to go through. But this is this is not a cleave ability, so I suppose once the shield breaks, it would I be able to continue attacking, or would it have to be like because would it just shield break and then the ability stops in a sense?
Well, if you break it, that ongoing shield, it's gone. They're gonna use another reaction to re-up it to build a new one.
Okay.
They're gonna make another one with 10
Okay.
known points,
Okay.
and it will be all of the damage,
Wonderful.
which is now very large.
Cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
You're
10,
really burning
11,
through their
12,
resources, though.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Burning.
17 times 500 is 8,500. And then I did 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 3,000, 3,000. So 6,000 plus 6, 0, 0, 0. So his new shield is 14,500. And we're on 97. Oh, no, sorry, 90, 93 or less. All right, new shield up. Well, if that's the case, it just replaced the original one. I'm going to continue finishing off my ability for 2 more attacks.
Mm.
1, 2, 3.
Still stacking on damage.
Yeah.
You know that reflects back to your shield, right?
Yeah, you know how much my shield is?
Is it a lot?
Let me tell you, Matt. It's
Yeah.
130,000.
That's that's a good shield, Johnny. Jesus Christ, dude. All right. So 93 less. That was 92. That's a 91, right? This is the middle one.
It was 3 after, so it's a 90 or less. I mean, 90 or higher. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. You break it on the second one.
Nice. Okay. Does he have another reaction to reapply?
It definitely has another reaction, but not going to reapply here. We're gonna. Is there a penalty to get out of the way?
So it's currently a minus 40 from my Path of the Sword to get out of the way. And let's look at anything else. No, nothing extra besides a minus 40.
Okay. Yep.
Nice.
Even with their bad roll.
Even with their bad roll. Okay, so the fire's only been affecting his shield, so it's not on him directly. Perfect. So I used up all my 2 half actions there. I could do another half action. The flow's broken though because I can't like do anything more there.
Mhm.
So if this is the case, looking at my action economy, I have an additional 1 bonus and 2 free. I have a bunch of reactions. And my Burning Liberty. Let's look at my Stoke the Embers, which is a free action. So I'm going to apply that twice to give myself an additional plus 20. There. Oh wait, he just dodged, right? He didn't move
Mhm.
away. Why didn't he move away?
They use a foundation technique for their defense
Yeah.
that transfers movement that they would have gotten into more sturdy defenses.
Okay.
Mhm.
I can continue the flow then, Matt, if he hasn't
Mhm.
moved.
They haven't
Okay.
moved. No.
Okay. I was expecting him to move out of my range of hit, and then that's why. Okay.
Nope. They're
Okay.
not moving.
Okay. And then we finish off with a liberation.
More shields.
Yeah. And that's going to be an additional 4 attacks.
At least you do get significantly more shields than you do damage. Otherwise, this might be a problem to hit it more.
Right? Right? That's what I was thinking. Okay. How's his reactions looking, Matt? Did he bring up a new bone shield again?
No, we're gonna dodge again.
We're gonna dodge. Okay.
Say minus 40.
Yeah, I didn't add the anything extra. 1. Please. I guess I didn't hit him, so there's no fumble for that. 1, and then there's 4 attacks here, Matt. So you have to do 4 dodges. And they're auto
Or
hits. Yeah, they're auto hits. Ooh. Well, the 1 against me. Tasty. Here's Matt's time to shine.
no.
All right, you rolled a 1 against me. That gives me some flame. Uh, so slash R 66 17. Okay. And with that, I have 1 more bonus action remaining, which would allow me to do another liberation. Okay, someday I will get So 4 more attacks, Matt.
All right. Jesus Christ, Johnny. Why do you have so many attacks?
Flow reduces action economy. Therefore, I can just use action economy when I have
All
enough.
right. The other
slots
3 are
empty.
hits.
Other 3 are hits. Well,
Actually, no. They have a parry left. Let's see if parry. Is there any penalty to parry?
it's the same minus 40.
Okay. They're gonna attempt to blade lock with their bone sword.
Okay.
The problem is it's an opposed weapon skill test, and they don't have nearly enough weapon skill to oppose you on this. So,
Okay.
roll just straight weapon skill.
Yeah.
I don't think they beat you. Roll 100.
Yeah, this is my chance.
Do
So
it.
this turn, I decided not to do the extra damage thing because I was tempted to use it with my liberation, but you said it only affects 1 damage. So I still have um
Yep. Johnny's gonna roll a 100 right here.
quick question, Matt.
Yep.
Even further beyond, when performing an action, the character may gain a fatigue and temporarily add their willpower score to a characteristic test. This is not. Yeah, I actually never mind. I answered my own question. So I'm applying even further beyond, giving myself an additional fatigue, and weapon skill test 299.
That's not a 100.
Nope, sorry,
Damn.
not today.
All right. They parry, but they don't lock your blade between the bone teeth.
Perfect.
The other 2 hits.
Other 2 hits. The other 2 have extra damage.
Extra damage. Keep your
Yeah.
damage in an appropriate place. Get out of
So,
here.
if this is the case, I'm going to apply another fatigue, do even further beyond on the damage attack. So liberation, I'm going to apply it. So 299 plus and damage, 3,313 damage.
What damage?
And then I'm going to do even further beyond again with an additional fatigue and apply
Why
these.
so much damage, Johnny?
If we hover over it, it's 1d10 plus, and then in brackets for flat damage, we have 299 plus from willpower score, plus 100 from my my flame, plus 30.
All right. The life-saving defensive artifact and retreat artifact will trigger, but it comes with caveats.
Okay.
They have a master who is rather protective of them,
Yes.
and you have dispatched them from the match.
Yes.
This attack does send them into death, so the artifact triggers. Out from the top of their left forearm sprouts a bone tree that grows with an alarming rate, which catches the damage.
Okay.
Wraps the individual into a bone-like cocoon, spins like a dervish.
Okay. So this
and
is what I got to watch out for.
Yeah. And then it's going to send the individual out of the arena. You'll have defeated them.
Yes.
But you have to deal with the feature that is the defensive artifact.
Mhm.
Okay.
So can I dodge this and just like literally move out of the way, like move this way, for example?
You can parry so long as your artifact can, as long as you have the reactions for it,
Okay. Awesome.
and your artifact can survive.
Flaming determination.
So, and here's the ugly part, because
Mhm.
you're rolling more dice here.
Yeah.
How many reactions do you got?
Um,
Actually, no, it's your turn. So, how many free actions do you got that you can use to defend yourself with?
I don't have any free actions for defense, therefore I will do if I can't.
It all hits your shield then.
Okay. The only other thing I could think of, because I was going to use a reaction in this case, so I won't reduce the amount there, and I'll just ignore what I just did. So what's the damage on my shield?
Okay. So this one is, since you have the shield, this will only proc 10% of the time. You'll basically be rolling. You did way over the damage. 33 dice.
Okay.
If you roll a 91 or higher, it does 1 critical damage to you.
Okay. Can I do something else instead? Or it's because you told me it. I can't say. I can't try to shadow flicker example, not take the hits in this case.
You can shadow flicker if you could squeeze that into a free action.
Well, yeah. The issue here is it doesn't cost. Yeah. Okay. What about a shadow shift then? Which puts me in one shadow to another, which doesn't even need action economy.
Yeah, that work. Boom.
Okay.
Move yourself. Get out of there.
So I'm gonna go into the shadow over here.
See you later, nerd.
That's
Nope.
my usage for the encounter, so I can't use that again.
Okay. Well, that was well used. Just a thrashing on that character.
Ora.
It basically was.
I think I should get some speed down for that.
It was not fast enough.
Oh fuck! First turn.
I will
not
show you
fast
what
enough.
real speed is once you crack into those
Yeah.
accelerated solar qigong.
I'm gonna go into the next life here with that speed qigong. Like, oh yeah,
Alright.
you aged.
Have you
That's my turn. I
Okay.
can't flow anymore. There's no additional targets nearby. I am
This guy is gonna go here and wait his turn. Back to you. Actually, no, he's gonna go over here. Yeah, there we
Going?
go. He's
Surprised he doesn't
gonna
want to go
attack
towards man
range.
with big stick that hit a whole lot there.
Yeah, no, he's gonna go over next to this lady and then end his turn. Your turn now.
Yeah, my turn. So what I'm gonna do next. Even further beyond for additional fatigue. Sorry. And I'm going to apply my my willpower score to an esoteric resource pool, and then fill up my key by 299. I have it up to 317 until my turn is over, and then it goes back down to 218, as per the ruling on Even Further Beyond, which states refilling part of an esoteric resource pool does not drain at the end of the round, but does not permanently increase the total of the points pool. Points that would overfill the chosen resource pool are available until the end of turn, and any points remaining that exceed the resource pool therefore are removed at the end of turn. Okay, I'm going to fly up. Actually, before I go, I would like to use my my of day orrery uniform, which is the components level. Grants one of the orrery's parts to be available for the wielder can be chosen once per day. In this case, I'm going to choose utility.
Yeah.
And I would like to apply the cloaking field to myself.
The cloak field. Okay.
Give myself some invis as I move up onto the next opponent.
Deja
So
vu.
yeah, I was just literally about to do that. I'm gonna move up, fly up, or fly this way for 11 meters, and then another 11 meters there. So I do a quick little fly for a half action. My movement is doubled. I have 20 half action movement there, which then times 2 for 40. So I did 22 there. And then, yeah, get there. That was a half action. I'm then going to while invis, do a half action. Let me think about this for a second. What if I should apply some of my flowing sword technique in this approach? I much want to do this corkscrew strike, and then combat action offensive. Just charge. That's only a full action. Interesting. Oh, called shot is what I want to do, which is a full action, but I see it's only range full action for called shot for some reason. I don't think maybe you meant to have that as both ranged and melee.
Yeah, it's supposed to be both.
Yeah, I kind of
I
figured,
think
but
I was trying to call it something else for the melee version, and then I got lost in the sauce. To consider it
Yeah.
just for both, yeah.
yeah.
Because it's a called shot. I think I wanted to name it something slightly different and have it.
Yeah, like a focus hit.
Targeted strike.
Yeah, targeted strike. Yeah, so targeted strike, full action. And then I'm going to try and go for a. I can't do this. I was thinking it's a Titan. I'll go for the back of the neck. But I will go for trying to hit their weapon. The one that does the what's it called? The the one that does the resource takeaway. You can't regain resources. Okay, so I'm going for that hit. I'm going to apply even further beyond. which then is a minus 40 on top of that. So 9, 5, 9. 26 degrees, striking the weapon itself. Yeah.
That looks
Going
like
for-
a hit.
Yep, going for a hit. I'm doing a corkscrew strike as part of full action.
Yep.
And I have 7 or more degrees, but you need to roll an opponent's defense, and then I ignore half the armor value of the struck target location, reduce its impenetrable rating. Yeah, so see how that goes. I'm trying to break the weapon.
Which one? Because each of them does a different thing.
Yep, the one that does the I think it was her left weapon, which does the stops resources to being for being to use kind of deal. Like you can't utilize resources.
All right. Ignore it. All right, you'll strike the weapon.
Okay.
See what you get.
26 degrees.
Yeah, they're talking about damage. You're
Oh,
striking it.
damage. Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
You gotta roll that damage.
Gear. Wooden sword. Uh, 232 damage to the sword.
Okay. You smack it really good. It seems to bounce off.
Damn.
It's pretty adorable. All right.
As expected.
What else you got?
Well, that was a full action. Combat actions. Oh, if I attack, she's just gonna go right back at me again, though. That's the thing. I don't want that to happen. Fuck. In this case, I am going to do a use to swap to my other weapon. Which is traditional arming sword. Why don't I have it written down of because if I parry it activates, or I can do one other action. Parry or attacks parries on. Fuck it. Let's just start attacking.
Good, good.
Fuck it. Let's just
Just hit 'em.
let's just hit him with a bunch of hits like I did last time. We're gonna hunger. Fuck yeah! Get some stuff back. All right, this is what I was hoping for. Gonna get 2 destiny fragments.
He's a mad lad. I'm mad.
I'm waiting for her to do her counter.
If attack doesn't solve the problem, you just haven't attack enough.
Yeah, 100%. So 5 hits. Times
Hit.
2. Oh, she's not gonna react. Is it because she can't see it?
We'll go down the line until one of them is big buko damage.
Okay. So this is hunger. 1 509 10 116.
Okay. As long as
Has
it's safe
fire.
in the. Yep.
2 3 4 5. That's 1 direct damage. Doesn't matter. I know she has a shit ton of health. That's to her, right? In this
Yep.
case. So she has a fumble of 5 now, so 95.
Yep.
How many narrative points would it be to apply the? Well, actually, it's. But you have to roll for that. To make all of that pure damage to ignore defenses.
What would you
Let
use
me
to do that?
see. My. Where is it?
One of your sound abilities, right?
Yeah, my least favorite sound. If you roll above a 50, it does nothing on a roll of 1 to 50, so you'd have to roll your attacks. Damage is converted to pure damage. Cannot be reduced by low-grade armor and toughness or less. I doubt that that's low-grade armor or toughness.
Oh yeah,
So,
definitely not. These are
never mind.
These are some good shit. Okay. Awesome. That's there. She's ignoring whatever's happening there. I'm then going to swap into my next flow of this because this was a free and bonus. How interior grilling. Get another one. In this case, I'm just hitting her armor, right? At this point?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So the ruinous quality is still being applied, or does she have something that negates ruinous?
Got rugged.
Rugged. Okay. What about the second aspect, which was hold on here. Path of the Sword. Sundering. I guess she has a lot of armor. That wouldn't really be helpful in a sense. Does she have stuff that she has like a bunch of negation for pure damage too, right? To her
Mm-hmm.
devastating. She has a bunch of devastating resistance too. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to try and overwhelm with more hits. Okay. So there we go. 5 extra attacks. I need to reduce by 30 because mine was 287 before. Now it's 257. You said keep hitting until something happens. Here's interior grilling. 1 sec. I'm just going to do something. Invalid input. Okay. 116 plus 30 times 3, 438. 438. So here's 1 damage. 512 with 438 pen. Still doesn't do anything, right? It's not enough damage. 2, 3, 4, 5. That 516 was a direct hit to her health, though, unless she has something that counters vicious.
Direct health damage. It still hits that special soak.
That special soak. Okay.
Mhm.
So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it is 90 or less, or 90 or higher. Sorry. And then I'm going to flow that into liberation.
You're applying like stacking flame here, aren't you?
I don't think it does. I am hitting with flame. There hasn't been any flame rolls yet. I'm about to do something here though now.
Okay.
Matt, for this next hit, I would like to utilize a qigong usage. Lesser orbit. When striking an opponent, you may choose to use his ability, spend 3 solar qigong, causing a bright flash on impact, blinding, resisted by perception roll, and searing the opponent, dealing an extra d10 damage, granting flame quality and sundering it 1. The attack already has the flame quality, add another d10 to the fire damage, and as they are lit on fire, use in tandem with key or question mark, that must spend the resource 10. I'm going to spend additional 30 in this case. And I'm going to be using 3 of my because it requires 3 solar qigong. I'm going to be using 3 of my special charged, supercharged solar qigong.
Okay, do you want to pair that with and
Destiny
use your
fragment.
body as the the nitro stove?
Yes. I have 3 destiny fragments. I'm going to be using 1 for the stove aspect. 2 as extra. Let's say here. What's sundering again? What is that?
Sundering permanently reduces armor.
Oh, it's just that one, eh? Um, can I apply it to the 1d10 damage for the narrative in this case? So apply additional 5 d10s,
For
or
fire?
would that? Yeah, for
Sure.
fire. Yeah. And this is a different usage, and I'm curious to see how this will go. Can I apply my points to one of my physical reinforcements that I have? I know it wouldn't improve the tier. That would be maybe too much. I don't know how that would apply. But I was thinking like, as I'm going for the hit, I'm reinforcing myself with the destiny fragments in this case to further strengthen my body to withstand the speed.
I need to remember no nebulous use on that. Like, how is it strengthening your body?
Yeah, which what I was saying, I was applying to one of my physical reinforcements. In this case, my physical reinforcement weapon skill. It is applying through that to add in
Okay.
extra.
Okay. Well, you downed a nitro capsule.
Yep.
Life is different on the other side.
Oh, okay.
So fast.
You are fast. Everything is greased. Like everywhere you go, it's almost like you're dealing with space. Even the floor wants you to keep going whatever direction you're going, and changing it requires an exceptional amount of effort.
Okay.
But everything is still.
Tokyo drifting.
Everything is time locked almost. Like you're in between the moments.
And then I see that bright light, that flash, that solar flash.
It's on its way, but you've activated the speed force for at least the next moment.
Okay.
What are you doing in the turn between moments?
In the turn between moments, I would like to. My first instinct was like, hey, look for this thing that's this individual who's trying to cause this whole shindig to happen in the first place, like the person that set this all up for the demon thing. That was my first kind of instinct to think of like, oh, maybe I could look for them in this moment.
That would be wild.
The other one was to try my cookout ability. Because that's pretty fast. That has a lot of
It could be pretty
attack.
fast.
That has a lot of attacks that happen. You know what? I don't know what else I could do with it besides. Is this kind of like a moment with what's Wanda's brother? Like, kind of when everything's slowed down and he can just move around and kind of make things happen. Because I was thinking I could like just grab on to the grab on to the pain practitioner and just like literally like throw him in a sense, like go up, pick him up, throw him out. Is that something I can do? Can I move over and like pick him up and like do the action to throw?
Pick up the character?
Yeah,
big guy?
like, not the Titan, the pain practitioner.
Oh, you're gonna okay.
Just
Sure.
move over, just poof.
You're both greased, but you spend your turn getting ready to throw him.
Yeah.
All right.
I gotta. Well, ain't the pain practitioner the grappler?
Yes, but this guy's locked in time
Yeah,
for the brief
Speed
moment.
zone.
This is
Okay.
my only time to really do this kind of thing, or otherwise I'd get fucked. But I was just thinking like, what if? So that's kind of what I want to do. Yeah, I'll just do the walk over and
Oh,
do
there's
the
no
action.
walking. It's
I was
you
just
squeeze. You like almost surfboard your way over.
Drift over.
deja vu. Okay,
Been in this
Um,
place before.
and then I just give him the big whoop.
I don't know what a whoop, let alone the big whoop.
A yeet.
A yeets. Yes, that's the yeeting. I give him the yeeting.
How do you successfully grab onto him? He's also greased.
I bend my my sword. I use my sword as a batting hit, which has really good flexibility. So it kind of just like
You're just gonna tee off on him.
just tee off and then use the elasticity of the branch to kind of just like tension it up, and then let him go flying from the force.
Okay. You sure that's gonna be enough?
I have faith.
Because you don't have a graviton on your head.
It's true. It's true.
You could use narrative to get some graviton. especially with the whole flexible nature of that stick, right?
I'm going to use my actual narrative pool since I used my 3 destiny fragments, and also roll /R3d10 for the usage. Don't get any there. But I'm going to use 5 of my narrative pool to attach Graviton in this hit. Thank you for the reminder.
Trying to understand also, Spotlight, can I use Gravity Qigong to help with that?
Yeah, you could if you want to spend some of your narrative points to give him some gravity.
Gravity. Oh yeah.
There you go.
How much are you
Oh,
wanting
yeah.
to send?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. I have how many? I have 5 narrative points.
Also, where are
I'll-
you hitting him? In the
Oh, like,
body, in
the
the
body.
head.
Yeah, no, the body. Like I want a
Yeah.
full what is it called? The
Center of
center
mass.
of gravity. Yeah, center of
Yeah.
mass. Yeah.
I will use 3 of my. I just had 3 of my narrative points to hand you 3 gravity qigong.
How do you want it to be used? Because you're the only gravity user. So.
Yeah, don't think of me. Think of this
Okay.
as your opportunity to apply it to me in my action.
You can do
Like,
push and pull. You can make the
yeah,
stick
that's-
repel
yeah.
the guy.
Yeah, that was the idea. Was going to use push pull, and he just that stick. You, it's almost like you never actually hit him, but boy, he goes flying.
All the force with 3 gravity qigong.
Yes,
Ooh.
I'm down to 2 narrative points left.
Yeah, we'll throw some waveform qigong on that as well to amplify the vector of movement. Does that work? With the? Is it 1 narrative point per qigong?
Yeah, for now.
Okay, we'll give you 3 as well.
Okie dokie.
Okay. When you go to hit him,
Mhm.
The blade is flexible, but it doesn't give.
Okay.
It starts to part.
Oh,
And
interesting.
by the time you've finished the swing, it's gone through him.
Okay. All right. What about the gravity aspect that Chung Po utilized?
It's not quite expressing itself in the time stop. But if time resumes, you'll probably see that.
Okay.
Okay.
So
And
it
I was
goes
amplifying
through
that
him.
effect as well. So
Yeah.
that's going to be exciting, hopefully.
So you just see Savalaire in a pose of like a golf swing, I suppose, and then like that final stroke when
Yeah.
time resumes.
Yeah, there's a flashbang behind the giant, and then you're here going, "Yay!" Well, the penultimate blade does show itself. It has cut through him cleanly,
Mhm.
and the gravity has pushed the parts away from each other.
Okay.
Really
Whee!
fast.
Into a giant shower of blood everywhere.
Okay.
Oh, did he not come back from that? Not yet, I guess.
It looks like not quite, but he might get back up. He might not.
Yeah.
I guess that was a lot really fast.
I was hoping the body would kind of just like go out of the arena. That's what I was hoping for. But
Remember, there's no out of bounds.
Yeah. Well, I was literally just hoping to like literally tee him off out of the arena, even if there was no out of bounds. Like just like kept going.
There's
and
a
going.
there's a wall. There's a
Okay.
barrier wall that keeps
Oh, there's
you
a
in.
barrier wall. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I should
All
move
right.
a perception test or be blinded. By the way.
You hit them in the back of the head.
Okay.
They're not even looking in that direction. They
what
are
was
on
that?
fire.
Oh, good.
Is it their turn?
Yeah, I suppose I need to roll the /R 6010.
Yeah, go for it.
41.
Pretty good. All right.
Yeah, let's say that was my my turn.
You are exhausted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So my fatigue's at max. Is that what I'm hearing for exhausted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And it stays there until you take a rest.
68.
Uh, they're gonna go big.
Yep.
You have to fight a giant woman now.
Perfect.
The weapons and armor also grow in size as well.
Cool.
And they kind of look at you and furrow their brow. And they also kind of look at the arena. Almost judging, like, will it hold? They're going to put the two blades together
Okay.
and twist. And they combine into this kind of like melding of metals
Mhm.
until it forms a giant hammer.
Do you want to roll a 1d100 to see if that fumbles?
There's no roll.
Okay. I was kind of thinking like,
Nope. We're going to the demon room.
Well, hold on. That is when
No, it's
Law
great.
rolls.
No. This is great because
We got this.
this is the fumble of the really bad fumble because
This is a really bad fumble.
Well, the
This is
necromancer's
a
gone
really
now
bad
too, though.
fumble.
because like it's supposed to just be like, hey, you roll underneath of the range, but when it actually rolls the 100, which I was not expecting, it's just part of my Dow at this point of how it affects. It's not me rolling the 100. It's just yeah. Okay. Cool.
It's pretty funny.
What happens, Matt?
Yeah, well,
All
the
right.
necromancer's gone though, right?
They are gone.
And the chip,
But the blood is
go piece is
everywhere.
yeah,
And he has
very
dealt
much.
damage.
Okay. Oh, the necromancer has. Yeah.
No,
Yes.
the the necromancer had to leave, but Laura was the one who took them out, which establishes a connection. All right, Johnny,
Okay.
your side.
What was that? Sorry.
Makes sense.
I'm gonna have you roll a D100 as well.
Okay.
Come on, be a 100.
63.
Oh,
Okay. Did beat the necromancer, but in doing so established a connection. You split the guy in half with showered blood all over, but you only dealt a little bit of damage.
Hardly
So
any.
there's not blood
honestly.
everywhere.
Yeah.
the dude
You feel the
exploded,
arena
right?
shake, and as they go to combine the weapon, the weapon squirms and drops out of their hands and lands on you,
Oh.
pinning you to the ground with like 30 tons of metal.
Can I
Oh.
put it in a spatial ring?
This is an item you cannot put in a spatial ring, even for
Gotcha.
them. That you have to hand carry this everywhere you go.
Gotcha. Okay.
If you have items that change size with you, they can't
Mhm.
go in spatial rings because that's
Gotcha.
a spatial feature that they already have.
Wait, but they could go into my spatial ring because that doesn't
Certain
care
ones
about
can.
size.
Certain ones with a special feature can. But most of the stuff that you do have that change size don't.
Oh, can the Hand of Duality pick it up out of my shadow?
That would be
Snaps.
cheating.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that would be cheating.
Okay.
But you could also be like, nah, fuck this.
Uh, so I'm just gonna be like, it seems that your weapon has been disarmed from you. Are you okay? as I
Yeah.
yell at her. Okay, wonderful.
But remember, they don't care if we're disarmed here.
Oh. Hmm. Can I tell you something?
Sure.
See, I've been trying my best to make things not happen the way they are. Did you notice that little shake that happened?
I've come accustomed to them. Everything I do shakes everything around me.
Yes. Well, there seems to be a little bit of a there seems to be a plot against us. They're trying to make us kill each other and
Yes.
summon a giant demon in return.
That's
Not
different.
you, and not you in this case.
So what do you want?
I was thinking we could call it a draw.
They're not going to allow that. One of us has to go on. So if we do call the draw, one of us would have to decide to move forward. I think I can beat you.
Mm,
You're quick, but I'm durable, and I only have to hit near you.
that's fair. That's fair. Hmm.
I need the object at the end. I need the pill that they're going to give, so I can survive the tribulations.
Oh, well, why don't I just help you with the tribulations instead? That's actually my specialty.
Mine are far worse due to my lineage and my bloodline than normal.
I've already helped a mountain climber.
Hmm. I'm not sure how much help you can provide.
Oh, well, I can either provide you more tribulation bolts and also reduce the amount of damage you receive.
I
Your-
always receive the maximum amount. It's part of the lineage. I also receive a few extra on the back that are particularly vicious.
Well, I could either reduce that damage, unless you need to take the damage. Do you need to take the damage?
I have to.
All right. So you just need to survive the encounter, right?
Correct.
All right. Well, again, that's my specialty.
Why do you want to go forward?
I honestly just want to finish off this next encounter. The doing this allows us to be kidnapped by the carnival that's coming down.
All right, I'll make you a deal. Have them bring me with you, and you can go forward.
All right, sounds good. We'll put his hand up to shake.
They'll shrink down. All right, I concede. Go ahead and win whenever you were trying to win. All right. Boop.
All right, that was a 100. Not mine though, but it was mine at the end of the day.
Yep.
Hell yes.
And you won.
Yeah. Unexpected. Good shit.
Was not expecting the Speed Force to do that.
It's the Speed Force, man.
Did the pain practitioner get better?
No, he didn't get better. No.
Okay. He just exploded.
Also
It
had a
happened.
flaming sword. So the flame on the sword also stayed because you stopped time, and
Yes.
flame is notorious for, especially named flame, for preventing healing and regeneration. So when you cut him in half, he can't put himself back together because the fire impedes healing, regen, and well,
Yeah,
that
it's
type
just
of
like one of those
shenanigans.
quick little lightsaber blades through and no blood. Even though there's blood all over the place, just that was after the fact.
Yeah, well, it's the weird combination of you hit him in the Speed Force,
Yeah.
so you split it, and then there's a spray of blood, and then the flame hit because you were a little too fast. It's almost like a shockwave. The fire came after.
And then he exploded everywhere.
He exploded everywhere. All right, Mr. Poe.
Go for Poe.
Yippee.
You're a little bit ahead, but you have received news that your ally has succeeded.
They didn't summon a demon? Fuck yeah!
Yep, no demon. You're also not pulled into the underworld, so that timeline did not happen.
Okay. Glad things didn't go. Well, glad things didn't go quite like that. Would have been interesting, but you know.
Laura, on a side note, where the weapon impacted, there might be a minor rift to the underworld where that impact is.
Oh yes.
So, still optional, just not catapulted.
Yeah.
But if you guys really want to, you guys can sneak into the arena before they fix it and go down the underworld path.
Okay.
Mhm.
I can't believe you were the one that rolled the 100 and not me, Matt. What are the odds?
Somebody was going to roll it, man. Somebody.
Well, you were trying to avoid it with your auto hits.
Yeah, that was the whole point.
It was on a fumble roll, which is from you.
I know, right? That was gorgeous. All right. Guess what we got, guys? 15 merit.
Hell yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
696.
Good shit.
And here I was like, oh, I'm gonna run over to the pain practitioner, and then I'm gonna take out my my blade and like kind of use the other one I have, the traditional sword, and like snare him for a bit so I don't have to deal with him, then go over to the necromancer. And I was like, nope, you're in front of the necromancer. I was like, okay.
Right, okay.
Oh, yes, this was the plan all along.
New plan. Okay. You guys go. You guys do something. I'm gonna go bask in my glory, I suppose.
Yes, get showered in praise. Well, I kind of want to check out the riverfront district in order to see if I can spot this here inn that
How do you get to it?
I said I want to. I didn't say that I succeeded. Let's see.
How do you go about it?
Who do I ask for directions? Because I didn't witness the riverfront district at all in the visions. Did I?
I mean, should have. It was part of my.
Oh, it's part of your
too.
vision? Oh, okay. Part of the yin side.
Well, I thought you looked at the inside.
I did.
Yeah.
So I know of the. I might not know how to get there because I just saw the cloaked figures entering the place on the river.
I put in chat the specifics that Matt told me, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
Gotta follow the clues.
Yeah, but how do I get to the riverfront district?
You only saw where the riverfront district in the vision is, not how to get to it.
Yeah, that's what.
By a guy?
Probably down by the river.
Down by the river. Well, we've got like support staff here at the tournament area. I'm gonna go ask one of them. Hey, how do you get to the riverfront district?
Why do you want to go there?
I heard that there's some nice bars and inns down there.
There isn't.
I heard that there's bars and inns down there.
And you do make a good point. There are
Maybe
better
not.
ones, way closer and way more affordable.
Oh well, you know,
You trying to engage in criminal activity?
me never. I would never do a crime.
All right, good. Just making sure. I have to ask. And you got to tell me the truth, because that's how questions work.
Would never do a crime down in the waterfront district.
I'm gonna roll a test for that. But what if it's not in the waterfront district? Would you do crime then?
It depends on the crime and where it is.
You're not allowed to do crime. Have you not looked at the law? The law says crime is illegal.
Well, then I guess I won't be doing any crime here where that's the law.
Oh, good. Very good. It's nice to know that you know, and that you have accepted that, doing crime is bad. So don't do it. Very good.
Okay, well. Where's the waterfront district then?
Well, you walk towards the river.
Okay, and all right. I appreciate the information.
Okay.
Where's the river?
Um, it's somewhere high enough in town, where you can see the river, and then walk in that direction.
Ah, well, it looks like
Over
there's a
the
good
street
vantage
still.
point right over there, in this same spot that we're at.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the river from the Still Moon Pavilion.
Oh wow!
It's ways, quite a ways.
Hey, Master, we're going to the waterfront district.
Are we now?
We've got an inn to advertise.
Rephrase that.
We've got an inn to make more appealing for a mysterious person interested in swords to go into.
Oh, playing with fate. I thought you were going to go work a menial job. No. Okay, fine. Playing with fate. Fine. Working a 9 to 5 as a busboy or an advertiser. Not fine. Proceed.
Why would I do that? That sounds boring. I'm assuming this is the waterfront district over here?
No, you keep going.
Oh, okay.
They have canals in certain areas, but that doesn't mean it's a waterfront.
I'm assuming it's not one of these few places that we have showing right now.
Nope. You make your way all the way down. And you're just gonna follow it faithfully?
What do you mean follow what
Path
faithfully?
to the waterfront?
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay,
I'm not doing
you're down.
crime.
You are now tier 10 lost.
This isn't a problem.
Alright. You are here.
Ooh, dark and spooky.
Move your character there, along with Vicarious. Wherever you are. And if you're not are, yeah, moving it.
There we go. Well, this place looks inviting.
Yep, it sure is. Yeah.
Okay, so we need to find an image of a crescent moon. The sound of a keening blade. Well, that's probably easier for me to start looking for first. So we're gonna wander around a bit in here and listen.
Your master has you buy a cloak and to dirty yourself up
Okay,
on the
I'll
way
do
over.
that.
So lose 2 low-grade heaven earth cultivation crystals.
Okay.
And if you push them around, you get a lot of weird looks, but you also get a lot of like, yeah, you look like you belong here.
I
You
definitely
two
do.
weirdos. Yeah, you see a lot of weird stuff. You see a lot of people also helping their masters who are not in good condition down here.
Well, I fit right in.
Yeah, that's why they're like, yeah, you look like you fit. There are several people who are receiving tutelage from some individuals in an open courtyard. They receive tips for their teachings. They're a master, but they're not really fit to take on a single disciple. So, too much battle damage, too much permanent harm. You can smell the desperation in the air. It's
Smells like
Cloy.
home.
Yeah, it's cloy. It's palpably thick. It actually overshadows the smell of the water, which is not very moving. It's a very tepid, very stagnant set of water. People pour stuff in the water all the time here.
I guess my face is already covered most of the time, even with the cloak on,
Yeah.
because I have my face wrap. So
As you push your way through here, you'll find several places. Doesn't fit the description that you're looking for, but
I'm listening for the blade, actually.
nowhere.
Okay.
But you're not. You're trying to find the person, not the inn.
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't necessarily need to go to the end to get a rumor that I can spread.
Technically, if you spread the rumor that triggers it, it doesn't matter which inn he goes to.
That is true. I could just start doing that right now. That would be not command, right? That's just like a charm test against general people to just be talking about it. Like, man, seen this
Yeah.
tournament, lots of cool people.
Mm.
Okay, I'll start doing that, and I'm gonna use some key here to empower my charm.
With a little effort, and do you want to spend any money?
That might be suspicious. Is there people that I like, the type of people that I know that would be like information, like rumor mongers that I would be able to
There's
pay
a
and
bunch
not be
of kids
suspicious?
that orphans and whatnot, you can pay to go spread what
Yeah, I'll
you
be
tell
passing
them
out
to.
some low-grade heaven and earth crystals to spread
Yeah.
the word of how interesting these sword practitioners are.
Uh,
In this current
you remember
tournament.
the main rumor though that kicks this off, though, right?
What exactly was that? Do you recall that?
That there's enough talent in one place that even the Lofty Sword Pavilion sent somebody to oversee the finals of the tournament.
Oh yeah, I will spread that specific rumor everywhere.
Okay.
Tossing around like 10 total low-grade heaven and earth
Roll
crystals.
a 1d1000 for happenstance. It is not safe down here.
How not safe is it?
Very not safe. You bump into the actual person you're looking for, and you weren't even aware of the smell or the noise until you bump into them. And that smell and noise is way stronger than you remember from the
The
vision. Oh boy. The blade is sharp enough to cut the hoverboard, but not cut through the black iron. And they pause. That's black iron. Huh.
They cut the hoverboard though?
Yeah, they cut the hoverboard, which falls to the ground.
Oh, I don't want to carry my master.
You can't. It's too heavy.
It's too heavy. Well, this is an unfortunate event.
Yeah, it is. That's a lot of valuable metal you got there. And as the hoverboard's cut, the supreme grade sword skitters out from underneath the hiding spot. And this is wild. Huh.
I made that.
You did. You made that, did you? Alright. And he's going to pick up the blade, inspect it for a bit, and then he's going to bop you with it. You're sent to the Sword Carnival.
Okay. It's fine. I spread the rumor successfully.
What?
Yep. I made a supreme grade blade. Yep, we're taking you.
Cool, great.
I literally just sat down and I hear it. You get bonked, and you're sent off to the circle. What?
I spread the rumor. I also found the guy, and Yippee! Good luck, guys. Fades to
Thanks.
black for Lyran for the moment, I'm guessing. We make progress.
Yep. All right. So you found the guy. That was an unfortunate test, and you could have said anything other than "I made it." Could have been "I
I was
found it."
looking for him to take interest.
You got his interest. Your master is also sent after you. They're like, eh.
Well, that
Maybe
worked
you're a
out.
forge guy, and this is a forging master where they can teach you how to forge weapons.
They're gonna
You'll have
find
to
out the
find a way to drag
circumstances there
master.
eventually. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I've got like muscles.
That's the hope. All right. The broken hoverboard is sent with you, so if
Oh,
you're able
sweet.
to repair it.
I didn't make that.
Okay, you have to figure it out.
Yep.
Do it quick. You're an artificer aspirant,
Yes.
so
I am.
figure it out.
I guess these repairs are probably easier than doing like other artificer stuff, because. But I'm assuming that I have been faded to black for the moment. It is no longer my turn.
If you want, you could burn some fake currency to avoid being sent there.
Our
If you
goal was
don't-
to go to the Sword Carnival.
Then yes, okay. All right.
That's why I was trying to spread the rumor.
Well, Lar, you can feel that the probability for the Sword Carnival is already queued up. Somebody put their finger on the scale of the 50-50 and went, nah, I'm going to put it all the way to the floor.
Well, so what happened? I guess you were gone for that. I went to the waterfront district and started spreading the rumors.
Yeah.
And got a really bad roll, I guess, on my luck, which I guess is a good one
968.
because
Yeah.
we were trying to. I ran into the Sword Carnival dude, and he noticed the Supreme Raid Sword, and I'm like, yeah, I made that. He's like, oh, cool, you're coming with me.
Oh. Yeah, I was just doing dishes, just thinking like, oh, I did a good job, and like, oh, I'll
Yeah.
come back. And it was just like, oh, okay. I can still
I
talk.
went face.
You can still talk to us though, so that's no problem.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Hey guys, I found him.
who did you know? Who exactly?
The Sword Carnival guy, and I don't know where I'm at right now, but I went there.
Oh, well, stay safe, Lyron. You got this, fam.
Oh, I don't know if safety is going to be something that
You
we
got
can be
this,
concerned
fam.
about. He broke my hoverboard.
I didn't know you had one.
Well, for my master.
Oh, that board. Oh,
Yeah,
we've
the one
had
that I need to
we've
move.
had that forever, Lyron. How could they break it?
You know, I think it was just an unexpected event, and
Well, I'll let the
Okay.
the guys know that you broke it. Good to know.
I'll try to repair it. But if I can't, I'll need some pointers.
Okay.
Good time to come back.
What timing?
Yay. Lar,
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Yeah, this is gonna be awkward because your friend already went ahead of you,
Hmm.
and the quarterfinals is next week.
Yep.
Um,
How far is Chung Po?
Now, how far ahead is he?
I think he's already completed this week.
Okay.
So, what do you want to do to complete your week?
First, I'm gonna go find Mr. Havenlord. See how he's been doing with the betting.
He's pretty good.
Excellent.
He lost a little money on the draw/surrender thing, but in general, profit.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I hope you bet on me for this next fight.
Yes, I've already done it.
Oh,
I mostly
perfect.
bet crystals for resources rather than crystals for others. Who knows when you're going to need them?
Well, I'm glad you didn't get snatched up. I was a little worried about that. But I know you're. Actually, what am I talking about? I always look on the bright side. I knew you had it all along.
That would be a good assessment, yes.
Savalair is going to bump him with the knight of new suit, new uniform. This should keep you well prepared, especially for the more corrosive aspects of this zone.
I appreciate this.
Of course, you now. What am I? I'll just call you my finance officer, as you always have been. But now for the ship.
Okay. All right.
So, was there anything? So the first aspect of we get to new area, like we have zone lost one is extra. What is the reward for winning the second round of fights?
You get a +5 merit for each round of fights, but that goes to everybody.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, so
it'd be 20 merit next time.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Perfect. I just wanted to double check to see if there was
Well, it's
anything
just
else.
5 incrementals, so it's not like stacking 5.
Oh, well, you said it was 5, and then the second round was 10, and you said the third round was
Well,
15.
it's 5 for each. I think I kind of did that, but if you guys
Oh,
have already
okay.
added 15, 10, and then 5 merit.
Well, why don't you just negate the last one we just did? I was about
Okay.
to, but I haven't yet. So let's just say that's evened out, and then another 5 for if we win the next one. That's fine.
So
It was supposed to be
686?
5 each round, but it goes, 5 plus 5 is 10, and 10 plus 5 is 15. But
Yeah,
I miscommunicated that. Keep the merit you have now. Don't.
So we got 15 then from that, or should we only have gotten 5?
Well, technically, the first round should have been 5, the second round should have been 5, and the third round should have been 5. But if you did 5, 10, 15, we'll keep it there. Just no
Okay.
points for this.
Yeah. I think what we were thinking, Matt, is the first round of fight, and then we had another round, and then we had a tie.
Yep.
Like that was the first fight.
Yeah, still getting through is fine.
Yeah.
It gets you the merit.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you want to tie.
Yeah, gotcha. And I think that's what we were talking about, and that's why I was saying 15 earlier, right? But if that's the case, yeah, of course. I haven't added it yet, so we'll just keep it even there. I guess that's my fault for pushing that. I apologize.
It's fine.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'll do a few more days. I'm exhausted, so I take a DTS rest. That's my next thing. Yeah.
You fight on the morning of the first day of the next week.
Okay. Cool.
So you've got a couple days.
Mm-hmm. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside my card after I get it back from Duality and the Go piece. And I'm going to give the other 2 blessings of the uniforms to 2 individuals. One is the alchemy guy of the spring season. And let me open up that right quick for his name. Recreation. And his name
Is John Cena.
Well, look,
Ba-ba-da-ba.
Winthrop Giles is the
Mhm.
head of the Spring Sect,
Mm.
and also George Beckenwald as well. So I'll give those other two slots for those two individuals for the squad leader, the Freedom Corps, and the Spirit Head. And I will then. So for investments, we had the key set, and that was you gave me 4. It was a supreme grade. Keys supreme grade key set. Um, I am going to put those 4. Um,
We're gonna unite their powers.
no, I was thinking it would be great to do. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Recreate the means of production. Instead of having all resources invested directly into the contribution hub, we can utilize the resources informing the means of production for the reconfiguration card. We then allocate instruments. So pretty much what I would be trying to do here is I utilize those 4 sets I have and then start producing them, or at least start getting the instruments and the subjects of labor for getting those ready to go. But I know I'm missing resources for my planet in order to do that, as well as so I would have to pay with cosmic resources, which I don't have a lot of, so I shouldn't be doing that. Um, so maybe it's best if maybe it's best if I just not deal with those for now. Then I can think about this another time, I suppose.
Give yourself a something to do.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. I was thinking about doing stuff with my card.
Okay.
You could get kidnapped. I hear that's all the rage nowadays.
Go ahead and roll me a D100 for your quarterfinals fight. It is overwhelmingly stacked in your favor. If you roll a 91 or higher, then we'll have the fight.
21.
Okay. Now, let's just say he's not really able to keep up. He's a very technical fighter, but you're faster.
Yeah.
Also, the fumble thing for him, if he fumbles, he has this like blade connection, and it actually causes him severe problems whenever he fumbles a weapon.
Okay.
Okay. We're all gonna get you grabbed, and we're going to the Sword Carnival.
Oh, okay.
Because you win the quarterfinals. The guy stands up from the vision in the stands, throws out a bunch of confetti, which then turns into these invitation envelopes, and they fly over to everyone that he has interest in. And you were given a sword from the invitation.
Oh, I thought it was a literal kidnapping.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be a kidnapping. Poe, you receive an invitation. You're cordially invited to join the Sword Carnival.
Is this, I'm like Poe's sitting there in his poison vault, just like, how the
Yeah,
fuck
an
did this get in here?
invitation's underneath the door, and floats over to you.
I immediately start ringing my companions up over the phone, just be like,
Hi, Poe. We've been kidnapped.
Yes, I didn't even get an invitation.
Poe, as you step out, you are no longer in the prison. You are in the Sword Carnival.
oh wow, these guys are good.
Yeah. Now, this is where we're gonna stop. No charge for today's session. I just was not 100% sure where we were going.
Right.
Fair enough.
So
Neither were we. We had an idea of where we wanted
I've
to
created
go.
just a smidge of things here and there, but it looks like the Sword Carnival it is. I need a bit more time on the prep for that because I wasn't 100% sure where.
Even if we said, hey, we wanted to go to the Sword Carnival, it could have been hell.
It could have
Yeah.
been hell. You guys could have gone to the heavenly space. You guys could have been like, changed our minds. Let's just go back to the cosmic road.
Or if I
Could've
didn't
been-
force the issue, we might not have even had the Sword Carnival as an option.
Right.
Yes,
there
you
could have
need-
been
yeah,
some
Could have been
wild
50-50.
stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
What, were you not expecting me to go down to the waterfront district?
It's hard to know because I've had players say they're absolutely going to do a thing, and I prepare content, and then they have a lot of time to think between the next session, and they come back and like, GM, I've changed my mind. I'm like, God damn it!
So, to confirm things on how you were talking about last session, we're
Mhm.
still going to be in Zone 1, but in a special area where they kidnapped all the people with talent. And now we're going to have a pretty much duel to the death every day for it
Mhm.
like devouring talent. That's pretty
Yep.
much the plan here. Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna pitch you against all sorts of different obstacles, including other people.
Well, I think they think that I might be a smith.
Yes,
while I wasn't
but
wrong
you still have
when
to
I
know how to
said-
wield a sword
Yeah,
in their eyes.
But at least you
Well,
don't have
and
to have it in
also-
your name.
I don't, and also, that sword I did technically make.
Hmm.
Just using very unorthodox tools.
Oh,
like
you
a
like
slot
roll-
machine.
Like a slot machine.
Yeah.
Do they? I know you said they like poison practitioners, but are they
they
aware
love
of the fact? Are they aware of the fact that I am currently going through active poisoning?
They'll probably like, yeah, we'll help you get through it, and then they're like, all right, to sword training. But my poison to sword training.
Okay.
Yeah, they're known for fostering talent, especially difficult talents. But you absolutely have to learn the sword.
That
We'll
works.
have that fight
I have
next
one of
time.
those.
I know it wasn't very interactive for both you, Poe, and Lyron. So, yeah, since it's short, don't worry about this. This one's on me. So, yeah.
I did stuff. It's fine.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I mean, not enough for
Yeah,
that.
it's fine.
So, okay. I now know exactly what I need to prepare. So.
Yep. I figured this session might be short, depending on how far we got in this.
Mhm.
Anyway, because it's like,
Nicely done, by the way, Lar. Good fighting. Very good
Oh, yeah.
use of your skill set. You really built something really strong. Yeah.
take damage
so,
back. A good thing I don't deal enough damage to break my own shields.
the the temp to shield conversion is so saucy.
I agree. It's very. It's you just need a lot of key. That's really all it is. As long as you got key,
That is the key.
That is the key.
God damn it. All right. But thank you guys. I'm gonna go make some food. And if you have any questions, let me know. William, if you'd like,
Did
since
he
we're
get my
gonna be
sword
doing,
back, or did he take it?
he's gonna hold on to it until you can actually wield it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not much
Keep it on
different
your
from the current
sheet though.
situation.
Just make a note of where it went.
It never actually got a description of what it does.
Yeah, just keep it on a sheet wherever you have it listed.
Okay.
Just have it stolen.
All right.
Yeah. William, if you'd like, we would have to do a bit of either we can do it in session, or we can do the poison thing out of session, because they are going to pull you away from the normal recruits.
Gotcha.
You will be practicing the poison art.
Gotcha.
You will
I gonna
be
have-
falling. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, am I gonna have to fight a few times before they show up?
Who?
Since I was there a week beforehand, before everyone else showed up.
No, you're gonna be held in a holding zone. So
Okay.
you'll have a week of just
Cultivating.
cultivating or practicing something.
There you go.
Okay.
As for William, if you'd like, what we can do is either have the assistance towards your poison practice in session, or we can set up something out of session and just do a one-on-one.
Gotcha. Oh,
So think on it, which would be the best time for your schedule. I have time. Was it Monday? No. I think Tuesday after work, Thursday after work, Friday morning, afternoonish.
gotcha.
And I'm free next Friday as well if you wanted to play Magic.
Well, I got work at 5:30 to 8,
Ah,
like I do
well,
every week.
never mind. Never mind.
Yeah.
For let's see, Johnny, for recording purposes, would you rather have that be also just YouTube? Would you want Shunpo's training of poison stuff to be recorded?
I mean, if you want, like, I can just pop in and then start it. Like, I have no problem doing that.
Okay.
And it's more of just like you're allowed to have personal stuff that you don't have to say, hey, please. But
I
like,
still look at this as our own critical role.
the way I look at it is it's a great way to have notes at the end of the day. So if you want to ever go back and you're like, hey, what happened here? I don't remember. Like, it's literally word for word what happens. And I always have the transcripts done too. So you can always request those. But yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, just give me a shout or put it in the private lobby, or not private lobby, the Riveth Wake 2 chat for us, and we can jump on in. I have another question, Matt.
Yeah.
So I know I just skipped the prelim because you said I was just gonna finish it off. Was that another 5 merit for us?
It would be another 5 merit for you. You also will gain insights onto not the sword itself, but what it is to be an overwhelming opponent, an insurmountable wall.
Yeah.
To
the
someone
other
else.
half. Yeah.
The other
exactly.
half.
Yeah.
Which you can reflect on.
I was planning to do a reflection, then we were just like jumping. I was like, oh, okay, perfect. Let's just.
Yeah. So
let's
that's
just
what
go
you
there.
get from him. It was just overwhelming.
Yeah.
You also can ruminate on what it's like to be somebody's Tao vulnerability. Like everything you do with the martial prowess that you possess is contradictory to what he would expect from you.
Right.
You practice the Tao of failure, you have fate, but you're also a swordsman. What does that look like? Well, normally it'd be like, yes, I would gain power over you and you'd only gain benefits if I failed. No, it's like, no, I'm going to foist failure onto you.
Yeah, I'm bringing what I've learned to the table, and now you have to experience what I've learned. That's really all I look at it as.
So Tao matchups is another thing that you can meditate over.
It's the success there.
You can be wildly stronger than somebody, but if their Tao matchup is just all wrong against you, you will lose to them.
Yeah.
Or you'll have a really hard time. Just like this guy has maybe not as good weapon skill, but he's got great stats across the board.
Right.
He has amazing reinforcements across the board, about 3 across, except for influence. And you just, it's the major part is he also can't get through the shield. He is also an overwhelm attacker.
Right.
All of his stuff is do another attack, and he has fatiguing on his weapons, so it stacks fatigue. He also stacks bleed, stacks crippling. Well, shields don't apply those if they don't, if you don't get through the shield.
Yeah.
You go first and second. So, yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Something freak and wild would have had to happen, like your critical failed a roll, and I critted a roll.
Yeah.
So
I will note that I'm going to do 2 like reflections of success, failure, and convergence, and the emotion I felt from those fights. Yeah, perfect. The last thing you said last session, when we complete this, we get 50 merit. Is that the case here too? Since we're going on to a next arc.
I will give you guys 5-0 Merito.
Oh yeah.
Spend it wisely. The Sword Carnival will be a deficit machine. There will be certain points where I go, resources do not recuperate next session, and that may go on for months.
Ooh.
So,
So is
okay.
751 our current total?
1 second. I'm about to add 50.
I believe so, with how the merit was added. That's the number that I got.
Okay.
Okay.
731 is what I have. What do you guys say?
Well,
751.
yeah, because we were confused on the 15, I think.
Yeah. Just have it be 751.
Okay.
Just know that the Sword Carnival will give merit very infrequently.
That's fair.
And we'll have very infrequent, well, not necessarily very infrequent,
Yeah.
but time periods where we will not get our narrative
So
points and
they
stuff
will
back.
do a reward system, scoring in the highest or the grouping.
Mhm.
That's where you get merit, along with some other stuff.
For things like Qigong, those aren't coming back.
They will,
Like,
because they
okay.
are resources you can meditate and take a rest DTS to get back.
Yeah.
Okay.
In certain cases, they won't, and you'll have to have a technique that allows you to do a recovery. So,
Fortunately for you guys, you got Savaler, which is a return machine. So even if we don't get it next session, if I do things that give me those currency back, and the SMAT applies some sort of debuff, I should be able to get currency back so we can utilize. But yeah, like Matt said, it's like those situations.
Juice.
Moon juice. We're not as much as we used to have, but because we haven't done any runs in a while. But yeah, this should get us definitely prepared for the cosmic route. After we're done this, we're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And I guess we can make our choice after we've graduated from the carnival.
or join the many dead.
I would look on the bright side, and we got this.
No, we got this, fam. Yeah.
Team, you got this. Yeah. All right. Apologies for short session. I now know exactly what content I need to completely build the map for.
I'll take that Tuesday after work. For me, after work is 5 p.m. Central Time. But
Central Time, that means 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Yeah, I can do 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Let me write it on my whiteboard. 4 p.m. Tues with Poe. Okay, written.
Sweet.
No, come back. Yeah, my calendar is a whiteboard.
You guys are doing way better at keeping track of things than I ever do.
All right, I'm gonna go get food.
You do
Thank you
that.
guys. Sorry for the short session, but it is time for us to move to the new good content.
Hell yeah.
Hiya. Till next time, friends.
Yeah, later.
Much fun. Thank you.
Yes.
William, do you want to stay around?
Sure.
I was just
We'll
wondering
stick
if you
around for a
wanted
bit.
to think about your down aim and
You guys go ahead and chat it up.
yeah.
Chat.
All right. Bye.
Like, because I think it's going to be best if we figure out your tribulations before this happens, because otherwise I think you're going to get overwhelmed by like black gold.
Hmm.
And maybe you will be fine with the poison stuff, but I feel like maybe that's something we should think about for you.
Like the path.
Yeah.
We did it in
Yeah.
character once already, and we can. Have you
Yeah.
come up with any, I guess,
It-
ideas as to your path?
Not really, because it's still kind of like understanding what that looks like at the end of the day. Because I could fully commit to poisons. At one point, I was thinking of just the name, the Great Leveler, King of. I said leveling, but more of King of like debuffs. And I was just like, I could learn or choose to figure out poison, curses, diseases, and just be like, any debuff doesn't
You could
hurt
be
me
like the
anymore.
great leveler of life, because you could keep that life bit. You're just trying to keep everybody
One of the
same level,
things,
so you
yeah,
choke out other life.
yeah, it's just like, what happens? I bring you to my level, and I'm already pretty strong, but I just like, no, but we bring you down to flat, and we fight on even terms. Um, I thought of what was it? A name, the Great Leveler, King or not King, uh, the peak of the flat mountain, where from a distance it looks like a mountain, but as you're climbing said mountain, it's just like it looks like it's a flat plane that you're slowly going up, but man, it feels really, really long.
So you said peak of the flat mountain.
Yeah.
What aspects of your Tao do you want to apply there, though?
I have no idea that, and
Okay,
that's another
just
thing. I have no idea. Your name was very interesting, but I don't understand the how you got there.
let me explain then. So, Flaming Sun. I want to. We were going the cosmic route. I want to be the sun aspect of my people, which is the Sava. Um, I Flame is the aspect of what I've been cultivating for a while now. So fire, right? So I have those two parts of my name. Setting sun upon success is the idea of what I'm like. It's like what I'm going upon, I suppose. Like, so the idea is to succeed at the end of the day, which is what I set upon. And also, I have rising. So I have setting and rising, and I utilize that as a cycle. That's what I'm amplifying, or at least I'm trying to say with those two words. Is there's a yin and the yang, and there's the in between, and how it continues to flow. Um, and in this case, it's a cosmic phenomenon. In this case, for a setting in a rising sun. Um, the wooden sword of failure is my usage of adding wood, which is the other one of the other elements of yang, and the sword for the wooden sword that I have. And it's a sort of failure because what is a wooden sword to you? It's a training sword, right? It's something that you utilize to build upon. And so to me, failure is training. It's and how I have that now is this wooden sword that has the wood and the moon elements. I'm more focusing on the wood aspect of that, and the sword, which is the thing I utilize because that's my path, the sword that I'm using. Um, and then since I have success, I have failure, which are the two main aspects of what I'm trying to build for myself. And then I have convergence, which is the middle, the in between of yin and yang, success and failure, um, uh, the combination of two things, and it's critical. Um, and I have light there, which is another aspect of yang that I'm utilizing there, and I have breaks. you know what a sunbreak is? When you have those aspects of the clouds and the sun breaks through.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of visual I was trying to give with that wording. So convergence breaks as its light shines through to meet, and the meet aspect is like kind of like fate, where you meet two things, um, and I have light, I have convergence, I have the three-sided coin, which is something I is apparently a legendary artifact I didn't know about, but that's the way Matt wants to apply it. And I have the three aspects. It's kind of like an aspect of three. So I have success, failure, and the in between, which is the three-sided coin, and that's kind of how I I put in my head and how I wanted to say that name. It's just like those are the things about myself that I want to look forward to, and improve upon, and yeah, that's pretty much it. That's I don't know. I'm sure that doesn't explain a lot, but it's the things within the name you want to use to have like at the end of your character, those aspects of yourself that you want to walk towards or run towards, or however you want to say it.
Understood.
So having those, I mean, it could be symbolic, like what I'm trying to do with my name. It could be literal. It could just be like, I am the great leveler of life and poison. It could be however you want to say it. Just like as long as you are able to put in what you want to do with your DAOs. I guess that's really all it is. Just have them in there, and if you don't have them in there, have a way that kind of like what would be the word?
Have it open ended.
Metaphoric or open-ended, or some other way of being able to eventually say, "Hey, this is my name because of this."
Gotcha.
Whereas
So
mine was a lot more straightforward than that.
Right.
So
with
countless frequencies resonate in harmony. Okay.
with the DAO names, what? Yeah. With the path that we are going to be walking eventually down the cosmic path, um, it's kind of like I have ideas of what I want to do eventually, but I don't know if I can create a DAO name yet without those things
Oh, that's the thing.
in
You don't have
existence.
to have those things yet.
It could just be
Okay.
your ideal for the end of your DAO.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you don't get to utilize your name until you get those things. But once you have those things on your character sheet, you can be like, "Hey, suck my dick. I'm this."
Yeah.
We can do about it. Get a better name.
Well, well, that's another thing. What is a better name?
A better name is something that has meaning to you. That's really all it is. It's something that you feel strongly about, that you can eventually utilize in like a narrative fashion. It's You don't have to be the best at something like a saint, but it has to mean something important to you. That's really all I can say. At least that's the way I'm taking it. If it doesn't mean, if there's no meaning to it, why are you doing it in the first place? Why? Um, it's it's not a means to an end. That's just why walk the path that way. Why keep playing that way if it's just like, hey, this is what I can do, but my character doesn't care. It's just
Gotcha. Um, of the things that I want Chunpo to eventually do is, I guess this is a weird way of saying it. He both wants to bring about something better, but also wants to destroy things that he disagrees with. Um, in part, like the planet that died and cursed, or well, the planet didn't curse him. The death of the
Incarna.
the Incarna put a curse on him and his bloodline, and so he doesn't like when a level of pollution and corruption happens in in other worlds. Part of me wants to turn into the what was it? The tier 20 thing in my poison vault that is like the
Oh, that
beast
terrifying
boy.
thing?
Yeah, that terrifying thing. Um I kind of want to use that to erase certain planets out of existence and uh, terraform them into new cultivation worlds.
Here's a thought.
Yes,
The black hole snake of the world tree.
I like that. What was it? I had rebirth of the cataclysmic, but I haven't gotten anything past that. But hang on a second. Black hole snake.
And it could be you could put poison in there somewhere too if you really wanted to.
Black hole viper.
Yeah, maybe. Or the name. You can have somewhat of the actual beast name that you're incorporating into your body. Because that's going to be
Because you do
like your
possess that.
yeah,
That might
that's
get
your like
easier to actually incorporate it if that is your down name later down
yeah,
the path.
that's your end game right there. Like thing you
Do we
have
remember the
access
name
to.
of that thing?
I could look it up, but I don't remember the name.
Maybe it was written. Let me see if it's in the chat logs.
Money.
You said it was a tier 20?
Yes.
Yeah, hold on. I got it. I mean,
Oh, you do? Okay.
yeah, no, I have a copy of almost everything that's in the poison vault so far, anyways.
Sure.
And the last thing about my name too, Chunpo, is that in itself, it's a tribulation. Being able to put that name together on my character sheet, that's it's one of my DAOs too, is tribulation. Being able to finally get that name in itself, that's one of the other things. That's a
I guess
metaphor though.
also, ironically enough, yours has an endpoint where mine doesn't, being way more simple.
Yeah.
Kunpeng PNG, Mythical Beast Core rated T20 essential for cultivating poisonless book.
Yeah.
But
Kunpeng.
yeah, it was like a fish, I believe.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a large koi fish devouring a planet. That's what it looked like.
So
And
maybe not a snake.
yeah,
Snake was a representation. I assumed, and that would also. But there's other poisonous types of fish.
oh,
Pufferfish, for
yeah.
example.
We could literally just use that name, be like Kunpeng, the Great Leveler.
Yeah.
Um,
That would be a heavy name,
Black
but
hole devourer of lust.
I don't think you want to have black
Yeah.
gold in that because you're hoping to get beyond that
No,
at some
I
point.
said black hole. Sorry.
Oh, black hole. My bad.
Yeah. I was thinking of something cosmic, and I know black hole's something you wanted to utilize. That you
Yes.
talked about for your martial arts and stuff.
yeah.
Because you already have gravity.
Singularity of poison
Yeah. Right.
and
Ooh.
life.
There you go.
I kind of like that. Hang on a second. Singularity of poison. Poison in life. Let's see. I want. Let's see. Not exactly rebirth, but like a level of like iconic to the perseverance that Chunpo had to go through in between getting stronger, dealing with a blood curse, and just like I'm choosing to persevere through this.
Yeah, you can look at it as a rebirth. To me, it sounds like growth to me at the end of the day. Um, the reason I said World Tree 2 is you brought up that you wanted to house other things. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you wanted to be the planet itself that your people would go upon, and then you could utilize that some way, or be a heaven or something along those lines for your people.
What is it? The the end goal that I have in mind for that is Gunpo goes out into space, finds planets that he's just like, okay, nope, this is really fucked up, and I disagree with this, and basically wipes out the planet, creates a terraforming, creates a civilization, creates a paradise. Paradise loss occurs, and as that happens, he doesn't really care about the outside worlds, but he learns each step that where paradise loss occurs, and so he like mitigates it on his internal planet. Whenever like he goes through, learns, creates a study, and says, "All right, this is how I keep paradise from becoming lost on the world that I actually give a shit about." He does care about his paradises, but he knows that it's going to happen.
I suppose that's just life.
Yeah. And that's just kind of life. But the reason that he wants the internal world is because he wants to create a level of cultivation on that world, on his internal world, and I have like a civilization growth idea of just like the planet is full of very powerful beasts that all want to live, and then he has humans there that also want to live, and it's just like if you succeed in this, you become a cultivator, and it's supposed to bring out a level of cultivation that is similar to the cultivation of old that Matt has mentioned of just like, well, certain cultivation isn't what it was.
Yeah, and then you utilize that energy that's produced the byproduct, and then you
Mhm.
cultivate from that. Like that's the idea. Like, and I feel like that's going to be a lot of our cosmic stuff because it's not going to be a lot of micro. It's going to be a lot of macro, if that makes sense. Like, there's
Yeah.
going to be no more DTAs. It's all DTS,
Yeah.
and that's kind of like what I'm doing with my planets, my recreation card. Like my idea is to build up that civilization and then utilize the resources that come from it. So that's that's a completely valid way of looking at your DAO and how you want to go about it. So
Um. Okay, but with the DAO name,
mhm.
um. Okay, so I like black holes. We got heck. I kind of like the idea of the snake. Um, we got world tree, possibly demonic tree, just because of tree buddy. Uh, or I'm just big brother tree.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean you are literally a tree creature. You are a humanoid tree at this
yeah.
time. Um, and you can continue going down that path, and I feel like changing this at this point is a character death. I feel like you wouldn't have enough. Maybe you could have like a rebirth, but I feel like continuing down that line of thinking is definitely important. um,
You could have something about like the black hole snake climbing the tree of life, since
right,
you have a tree, and you have a tree inside you.
and that's a great
Snake,
reference to the physician.
Amungander, or
Yeah, yeah, the snake that goes up around that pole or
oh,
whatever
you're talking
it
about
is.
The light or medical
Yeah,
snake. Yeah.
yeah, right. That
Black
can
hole
literally
it's
just
viper
actually not
climbing the
supposed
world.
to be the caduceus because that's actually Hermes' staff.
oh yeah.
But
Hmm. I thought it was Egyptian in her origin, not Greek. I mean,
the
it's
staff that
close.
they use is a traditional symbol for Hermes, and they ended up using that for medical things for some reason because it's closer to what the heck is the rod of Asclepius is the one that it actually should be, but people use the caduceus
Oh.
instead.
So,
Gotcha.
also think of when you say serpent, that's like when Matt originally said to me when I said phoenix when my first draft for my down name.
Yes.
Like he said, you're gonna have to get of like a heavenly creature phoenix, and you're gonna have to consume it some way or implement it into your body.
Could use a fish then of some variety instead,
Yeah.
so that you can utilize that.
Yeah, the koi fish devouring the planet.
Mhm.
That's technically just on like the pedestal, so I actually don't know if it's a intergalactic koi fish that eats planets, but I'm guessing it is. um, let's see. The only reason I would say the viper is because I got bit by the
Oh, yeah.
Moon
viper
viper?
of the moon.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
have the moon viper's poison
Yeah.
already, so you don't even have to incorporate that.
Yeah, so I like the idea of black hole viper climbing the world tree. Maybe
You
a
don't want to
7
say the world tree, probably, unless you want to somehow incorporate that later. World tree
Oh.
sounds like a very heavy set of words.
Well, yes, but I also want to become the world tree. Like that aspect of I
So
have an
not
internal
say
planet.
the world tree, say something else world tree. Like a world tree of something. Like when I say the three-sided coin, like there's literally one of those things.
Hmm.
And if there's multiple different world trees. For example, in the Monster Mayhem game we played, there was like different realms that each of the gods have, and each one of them had a world tree. One of my character Susie literally had a world tree, like built inside of her that she had access to. Like that was kind of like it was a combination of a mental space plus a physical, all kinds of things. So I was actually able to get a world tree. So don't think that you can't get one. Just don't say the world tree.
What about black hole viper climbing the flat mountain?
Um, how does the flat mountain go
Yeah.
to your Dow? That's the only thing I'm worried about for you.
See, I like world tree. I don't like the world tree.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, the reason Flat Mountain was supposed to be in reference to the Great Leveler. So think of and like what was it, Chun Po's pen pal that he has that wrote the Poisonless book that
Yeah.
he's talking to, is at the peak of a mountain, but the way that I see it is that it's just like, well, it's the Great Leveler, the mountain that has been leveled already,
Isn't
and
the Great Leveler one of your books?
yes, it's the first book, or no, it's the Humbling Path. The Great Leveler is another one of the books.
Okay. Why don't I just
Uh,
be it like because to me that sounds like you're more referencing the book, or I guess the idea of the book is fair too. You could also be like poisonless. That could be another thing in your name if you wanted to utilize that because that's kind of your thing.
um, yeah, and it is a homage to both the book and the path of it,
Mhm.
because it's supposed to be like, imagine you saw a mountain that looked like Mount Everest, but as you got to the base of it, it looked like, wait, where's the mountain? And you're climbing a mountain, but it doesn't really feel like you're climbing a mountain. It feels like you're just walking. You can just see the slight peak that is above where you're at, and as you're just, it almost feels like it's forever. That's the idea of the humbling path and the path of poison. It's just like you can get to it, but it's a long path.
Okay.
But all right. But I do like the idea of climbing a world tree. So hang on a second. So not the world tree, climbing. I don't want to say the demonic world tree.
The world tree of poison.
There you go.
Poisonous world tree. Yeah.
And the poisonous world tree. Okay. In which case, that hopefully isn't referencing a specific world tree there, because you might be able to
Matt's
do
just
the
gonna be like,
poisonous world tree.
bruh. Yeah. Okay. The black hole viper.
Or the poisoned world tree,
Or
because
houses, a world tree, or
if you were the world tree in this, then you could consider yourself to be poisoned by your I guess, lineage as well as the curse that you had.
Yeah. But then what is the black hole viper climbing me?
You could be both in this respect, but
Yeah, it's that. I don't know how
It's
to describe that better.
Well, I mean, I think it's like the idea at that point. The black hole viper is Chun Po currently, and the poisoned world tree is what Chun Po wants to be at
was
the end.
or was his past partially and his future, I guess, but in different ways.
Hmm.
Because your whole world was destroyed by your lineage, your family tree.
Well, technically, the world was. Well, I mean, I'm
The world
going
was
to destroy
killed.
it. Yeah.
You are going to destroy it, so it's also your future. But
Yeah.
the world died. Your people just happen to be living on a husk.
Yeah. I would argue the world died because of the people. It's hard to want to kill your neighbors, but even if your neighbors are causing a lot of the problems, or you as yourself are allowing the problem to exist.
So you're defeated.
Okay. So do I put the black hole viper climbing a poisoned world tree, or a black hole viper?
You could do the and hope that there isn't a
Another one.
this
Black hole viper climbing a poisoned world tree. Is there a way? Savalair, what's your full name again, as well as the unending frequencies? What was it?
So
countless
mine,
frequencies resonate in harmony.
Okay.
mine is as the flaming sun sets upon success, so does the wooden sword of failure rise among the rest. Convergence breaks as its light shines through to meet the three-sided coin.
Okay. Because I'm trying to think. I'm just like, can I have another sentence?
Yeah, you can have a paragraph if you want, but I have 5 words.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
The less things, the simpler it is. But it doesn't mean
By
that
just like a mathematical proof.
yeah, it doesn't mean it's less powerful. You know what I mean? Like it's all about
Well, mine was resilient enough to do the thing that Matt's like, well, this thing disproves it. It's like, well, no, it doesn't, because not everything resonates in harmony. This just
exactly.
says countless things do.
And that's the
Now I
point
got
of
a cool tool.
that's the point of the path, right? It's to affirm your Tao, and b have a thesis that you can defend.
Yep. So something easily defended is something that you could go for, but
I think I've got something. Okay, the black hole viper climbing a poisoned world tree, uh, ringing the cataclysmic rebirth of corrupted life.
okay.
I'm worried about corrupted life. That's
I'm also kind of worried about the cataclysm part, but
Well,
you were intending that.
with a black hole, I would assume.
Well, the black hole is almost a last resort. I could do that, but I was actually going to use more poisons than anything to just get rid of the life and then keep the planet and
Mhm.
start fresh. Black hole would be nope, there's nothing redeemable left, and then
Goodbye.
yep, I eat that.
Yeah.
Um, the rebirth of
Or you
corrupted
could,
life
instead
is
of climbing, you could say the black hole viper devours the poisoned world tree.
yeah, but I don't know, like it doesn't fit or it doesn't fit right with me. If that
So
Okay.
makes sense.
And
if
it
it,
has to.
yeah, exactly. But it could be that you devour the planet, but in its rebirth of what comes out the other ends. Think of it like that. Like, so the idea of the black hole is to eat anything and devour it through poison and destroy, but but then rebirth of what happens after that. Like
Like the black hole viper devours that which poisons the world tree.
that's a good one. That's a good one.
Okay, hold on. Black hole viper Copy paste.
Because then you got your poison devouring going on, and you're representing your goal of removing the poison from your world.
Okay, so Black Hole Viper devours the poisoned. What was it?
That
Sorry.
which poisons the world tree.
Okay.
And that's great because you are literally a poison devourer. The more poisons you
Mhm.
have, you're able to, assimilate. Is the more power you represent, and you have
The world tree
cosmic
represents
mass.
life, so you still have life in your DAO at that point.
I think we're the only thing I'm worried about there is we're back to the world tree.
Yeah.
I guess in this case, it's more of a representation of the realm. It's
Yeah,
like,
or your home at that point. I think that might work.
I do like
And
that
unfortunately, I don't
better.
think you'll be able to run it by Matt before he tells you whether or not it's going to work based on how it worked with Lar.
I had to utilize a critical failure that I burned. I don't have any more
To
of
change
that
it,
left.
yeah.
Yeah.
And because you got it in the wrong order, so he let
he
it
fucked
happen.
up, and then I was like,
Yeah.
"All right, well, let's just say it's because I did this." And then he's like, "Yeah, sure." So that's also another thing. If you can get Matt the fuck up,
Okay. So Black Hole Viper. I'm not sure if I need anything else there.
No, I think a simple name. Well, I mean, I'm the opposite of what Lar did. So my argument is that the less words, the better. Especially if you're not locking yourself into a specific thing, because this is like symbology here for what your current goal is, and then you can expand it further into like. As being a physician and you're a poison devourer, you could, instead of poison people to heal them, eat their poisons, which could be their wound.
Yeah. Or what do you do? Oh, you know how they say never try to suck out the poison? I actually do that.
Yeah, it's delicious. Man, have you ever had some of that real good stuff? Also, that isn't poison. That's venom. What? Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
yeah. The only thing I can say of now, besides down name, is like, how do you want to utilize your poison? Pretty much the way I see it is, you get a bunch of poisons, and then you can apply the ones you've collected to other people.
Or remove those from other people, and the concept of poison is not necessarily like a physical poison. Somebody's depression could be poison that you could then devour and cure them of.
A Dow martial burden or fatigue could be a poison, and you can utilize that as a sales resource to other people, like to be able to take that away, and then to either destroy it with your own poisons or collect it.
Well, you'd cultivate it to
cultivate it. Yeah.
There is a
But,
point that I want to hit where I can define almost
anything is a poison.
Well, yeah, basically any debuff as a poison, and
Mhm.
just be like, "Oh yeah, you got cursed." Yeah, well, that's just a poison in my eyes because I got cursed at one point and then I got healed.
So what
Or
I
you
think
get
is cool about this design, I guess,
concept.
of a devouring technique is you're not harming people necessarily with your devouring, which most things do. You might be curing them of things by devouring it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which, for the most part, Matt was saying it's like you destroy as a devouring technique. And it's like, well, this one seems specifically easily and like flavored to not do that, though.
And then you have the greatest devourer of all, which is a black hole, and it also represents your cosmic path.
What was it? I also like the idea. There's almost a fey aspect in my the thinking of it, to where it's just like, oh no, I can just heal you, but if you're like a real big douchebag, I can just eat you, and that also gets rid of the poison.
It's true. Yeah, it's
Or
all
I've got a bunch of poisons, and if I don't want to eat you, have some poisons now. I'll devour it after you're dead. Don't worry.
Don't worry, I clean up afterwards. Okay, I have to. I'm putting this on.
Okay, I think we've made good progress.
I think so too. I honestly, I was just thinking, like, hey,
I'm actually kind of glad the session ended a bit early, and everyone's available to
Yeah.
help think through. And I think you have the hardest name to come up with, which I think we got a good one for it, just because your path with the poisons and like mine is simple. It's like sound does sound things. I was already kind of set with the whole harmony thing.
Yeah.
Kind of wrote itself there, and in a pretty well thought through way. But
I'm glad I could make it complicated.
you made it complicated with very little words. Lar made it complicated and a whole lot of words.
Yeah. But I think Chengpo, you're going to be one of the biggest damage dealer debuffs in our party. Like you're going to be able to
And probably
just,
a really good healer.
yeah.
Which I don't know how much the characters in your party need healing, but it's nice to have that for other people.
Oh yeah. Save an NPC, man.
And I mean, you can also consider some, like, if somebody damages somebody else's Dao, that could be a poison to their Dao or their fate, so you could remove that damage.
Yeah. The aspect of, let's see, I have the Black Hole Viper. I can't remember. I think was it the other Matt or the other Johnny? There's a guy that said, "Quit
John.
trying." John.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't think of in space as like the. Don't think of yourselves as just a person in a suit. It doesn't work. And I'm just like, okay, do I
I
actually
feel like it can work.
do-
I feel like John is trying to impose what he wants us to do.
His earthly path.
His earthly path upon us. If you want to be the dude in the suit that destroys stars, this is the type of campaign for that.
what was it? Have you okay, it's completely side tangent. Have you ever seen what happens when two black holes merge?
No, because light does not escape black holes.
That's also true. It creates a ripple in space-time. It creates waves. It's nothing really escapes, but basically the gravity of it all starts to shake things, and yeah.
I'm pretty sure they get bigger too, right? So they'll
Oh yeah.
consume one or the other. Yeah.
It's hard to define like which one is the victor, but it's just like they kind of just that, and because black holes are almost like data banks, they just merge. But the shockwave is enormous.
Oh, I imagine.
I saw a video once on that, but I'm gonna have to try and find a really big black hole down the cosmic path that I guess hate.
Or I would look at it as I would try to get a small black hole and then work on bigger black holes.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Yeah, just slowly eat it.
Yeah.
You already have part of a singularity that you utilize, so it's not.
Yeah. Well, no, I think I used that one because
It's
like
part of your station.
Yeah.
It's still there.
Okay.
It's incorporated into one of your tools.
Yeah, I do really like that name. So
Me too.
now it's all just future stuff, and
Yeah, it's all about the journey, right?
Yeah.
Journey before destination.
So what should I be practicing for this week? Maybe trying to learn some more sword techniques from my master. The holding
let's
cell.
see. Is there anything that you feel like you have like a hole that might be better to fill before we go on these?
I feel like my sword technique is good, but I don't want to have to utilize my pinnacle technique if I don't need to, because that's probably a bad thing to show if I need to use.
I'm disappointed I can't eat those pills that I have now. I have to like.
They'll probably give you time for that.
No, I need like a spatial anomaly or a time chamber where I can just do that.
Well, because Matt had said that they would give us the opportunity to grow in the ways that we need to as well as challenging us. So if you let them know, hey, I need some time here to consume these pills, to become the best swordsman that I can for you guys. They might.
I bet he'd be like, "Ha, sucks to suck."
It's possible.
Yeah.
And we could just wait for those pills to be taken until later as well.
We're saving for later.
I guess I could finish up this near zero loss energy efficiency research that I'm working on.
You got like what, a week?
I got a week. I could probably finish it in a week.
21 DTS.
I got 10% of the way there in like a day. So it might not be done, but it would be close to done. And I do have, I guess, 91 merit to play around with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know if I even want to spend any of my merit right now.
Definitely been saving mine.
Then I also have we both have our hidden potentials at 66 and I guess 4 arcs now.
Yes, you have, what was it? Because you're at black gold, you have that's ahead, but otherwise we're fairly close in hidden potential numbers. I've been trying to keep track and I updated it recently.
Okay. Well, the cultivation level isn't something that increases the hidden potential, is it?
Okay, here, hold on. No, threshold, minor arcs, 100 merits, 65 sessions,
66.
66.
66, yeah. So it'd be 4
I think
arcs now that we have.
It's
And then
your thresholds, not the silver, gold, or black gold. So
Yeah,
like
merit
your
thresholds.
yeah.
oh, if we hit a pillar threshold, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the merit threshold, not pillar.
It's the same thing. Like, so in other words, if you spend your 75 on one of your
75.
pillars, that would be a threshold.
Oh, it cares about that too? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's 2 more then, 3 more. I'm at all 3 of my first thresholds.
It cares about every 100, every one you make, or a hit.
Hey, by any chance, do you have your conflicts that you used on the thresholds?
Oh, you want to check that one out?
I do. I want ideas because I was thinking about doing something similar. And if you have that fleshed out, he probably won't let me. Actually, he might let me do it 1 for 1 if he doesn't remember exactly what yours did.
Well, let me.
I have an Excel question after you're done with that.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't remember if it was in this. I don't think it was. Or maybe it was. One sec. It's been a while since I opened up Jackie's stuff. So open
Nostalgia.
Jackie copy. I had 1,688 merits at the end of it.
We're getting kind of close to that. Like we're halfway there. Okay, maybe not quite halfway there. If we pop the hidden potential, we'd be pretty close. Jackie didn't have hidden potential though, right?
No, Jack. That wasn't around. There was something called potential, but I don't think there was a hidden potential. And it was called Jack of all pillars for Jackie. But I don't have the. It's not in my Excel at least. I'll just have to open up my. I'll just have to open up this. Let's exit game. Games. And new thread Enigma. And Jackie.
Man, honey drippers are like the coolest simple invention. Makes it so easy to snack on honey.
There was my key I had for that.
See, unfortunately, we didn't incorporate the bees into your down name, but I don't know if that's a particularly good idea.
True.
And I kind of like how your down name came out, but
Yeah. I mean, like, I feel like I can just keep bees there, and like, what was it? I don't have anything about rebirthing planets, but like, it's
You kind of do with the devouring the poison in the world tree thing.
Yeah, but I think like that kind of covers a lot.
It sure
just
does.
Like, yeah.
That's kind of the idea there. It's a simple statement that can mean mostly anything that you want it to end up turning into. You could probably argue it with your poison.
Yeah. And,
So this is what I had for my complex Jack of all pillars. I had first one, which reduced the threshold by 25 for each pillar. The second level
Okay.
reduced the threshold by 25 for each pillar. So that was a minus. So it's each kind of like
That
each-
was when conflicts work differently, where it's
it's
just
true. I don't have a might, swiftness, minds, but you could have the levels each be like reduced by 25. But yeah, honestly, I would have it be each might,
swiftness would be the
yeah,
reduced
yeah,
thresholds.
each one, and then you'd have something for the so those were all the same. But if you did it that way, you'd be able to get the other ones pretty quickly. Level 3 was the only difference one, and it was allowed me to choose to have any threshold reward and replace them to another. So, for example, if
Oh,
I wanted like one of the heroics from one of the other ones, or one of the like the rewards you would get, you'd be able to choose that. And there was
that's nuts.
also a Dow. It was called in Enigma. He had like three, and Mastery of Body was like the physical Dow. And
Mhm.
like he gave me a threshold for that as well. Um, And then also he said mastery can be bought into the might pillar for 30 points of or 30 merit. I think it was another one. So that's that's what I have. It's not the best in the world, but it will at least allow you to get to them a lot quicker if you're doing a complex build.
I've
Because
already got two
otherwise,
confluxes, so
yeah, right. Because you, in order to build them, you got to spend them all pillars, and that puts you into a jack of all trades situation where you don't get quickly. But if you had it that way, you can at least reduce the amount you needed.
yep. Since I'm currently at first threshold for everything and about equal in all the pillars.
Yeah, right. So
So I figured I'd ask because it seemed relevant to how my character was turning out as well. Anyway, you had a question, William, about the Excel?
yes.
you want to share your screen?
Yeah. Screen, just full screen, live. So let's do that here. I just want to figure out how to add a few more session merit givens. Just
Sure.
extend
So
this.
what I would do is I would highlight all the cells from D4 to
Mhm.
G. Sorry. So D4, literally not all the D.
Okay.
So like that, and then all the way down to the bottom. So you can hold Shift to do this, or
Mhm.
you can click. Yeah, I'd hold Shift and just click somewhere. See how it goes down. Yeah,
Okay,
you can all
so
go. You can scroll all the way to the bottom with it, and then click. Perfect. And then on your bottom right hand corner, you have your little box.
this box.
No. Sorry. Scroll down, and where you have a highlighted with your cells, there's no. Keep going up. Sorry. Scroll down with
This.
36. Yeah, that one, and then scroll over to the right.
Okay. Oh
And
dear.
that's fine. You see how it's started from 47, and you just need to change it up, I guess. In this case,
Okay. The
so don't
sessions are. Why the hell did that?
uh yeah. I wonder why it says session 100 though.
I mean, wait.
Because it would go
Yeah.
to 50. Like it was supposed to be 50. So just put 50 there for where the 100 is.
50, 51,
Yeah, and then
2,
you can also
50.
just do the same highlight and then scroll. But yeah, I think you got it there. It's just a few.
Yeah. Just a few.
It's where you had merit is where.
Yep. Yep. They did a multiplication or something here.
Yeah.
I don't need these.
And
For
then you can
some
literally just
reason,
highlight 70 and 71 and then just drag it down.
yeah. We'll fix that. One of the things though that I'm noticing as I'm deleting these, it's not tracking on over here on the left in
Mhm.
between the summary. The math is off somewhere in there. Okay. 71.
So just highlight. Yeah, you can do that too. That's fine. You're good. You're good.
Nope. 74. 2, 3, 45, 6, 7, 8, 9, 91. 5, 6. Okay.
Okay, cool.
We got all that.
So go where you say it's so the total merit given. Let's look at that one first.
Mhm.
So click where the thing is there. Yeah.
So some.
Yeah.
Okay.
So click that, and it should highlight where it is, right? So now you want to click another plus and add your other row.
Plus,
And
so
then
this
so
would be
you just
H.
click the one cell where merit given is, and then you
Yes,
scroll down.
I.
Yeah, it's the same thing as you have in there exactly.
Okay. Would be look. I think it's uppercase. Yeah. I6 colon I30.
Yeah, and then just do the same thing for the other column for
Yeah.
K.
A6 colon A30. Perfect.
Awesome. And you said your total merit spent's wrong too, or
No, it was wrong because I didn't have that, and I
Gotcha.
saw other numbers, and I was just like,
Gotcha.
somewhere it did a math thing, but now it should be good because these numbers here are not accurate because I ran out of space, and I'm just
Yeah,
like,
I get you. I get you.
yeah, we're up to 66 now, and this would be where this. Oh, how much married did we get just for today?
It was like 30. No, sorry, 70.
Okay, yeah, so
But you
that's
already have it in, I
70.
think, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, but that was off. I just wanted to place it where it should be.
I have 751 total merit given.
Yep, that's what I got.
Perfect.
But this is like all
Total merit
off.
left
But
78. Okay.
yeah. Now I have it.
100
Yeah.
Do you have any in your adapts?
Adapts. Hang on a second. Journal advancements.
5.
These adapts. Yeah, I only have 5 in might, and I believe I have no idea where my adapts are.
You have them in for selects. That's pretty much where you have adapts. So they're already accounted towards your pillar.
Cool.
Did you make this character sheet, William?
No,
The
I didn't.
Excel? Yeah.
Oh.
He allowed me to use it, and that helped.
I didn't allow. I very much gave everyone the opportunity to have it.
Everyone.
I'm pretty sure I posted in the very beginning of this week too.
You might have.
If you guys want to use this, there you go. It's one way to track it
That would
all.
take a whole lot to transpose, but would was a cool spot to have it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it really helps with this number as well, just because keeping track of everything. Technically, but keeping them both audited and up to date is a little difficult.
Well, that's why if
Yeah.
you have multiple people doing it, you'll have somebody who's right or
Yeah.
figure it out from there.
But yeah, okay. But we're good there. Where's that button? Okay. Alrighty.
So
Well,
I have 131 merit. I'm going to be buying the other two not complexes. Scrivener's Apprentice, Lucky, and Potential or Great Potential or Potential Greatness Realized, I think it's called. And then I'm going to build a complex on all 4 of those is the plan. And once I do that, though, I'm going to be hitting my spirit threshold 5. So that's gonna be pretty nice. When you can choose where it goes in your thresholds, it's pretty good.
Hmm.
Did you see Matt change the thresholds?
Maybe. Let me see if.
You can choose any fake currency now instead of just having the option for the very last ones. I think he changed layer to layer shaper, and I don't know if I feel good about that because that's kind of what I was going towards. But it is what it is.
Thresholds. Wait, where?
Threshold quality, or no, threshold rewards. Yeah, so it should be in threshold.
If 8-point boon. Okay.
Mumble number 5.
Gain the Kahuna quality.
It's either like, hey, you do all damage, or you reduce all damage.
Concept breaker in mind. Where's concept breaker? Where is the threshold qualities? There it is. I still think mental gymnastics is one of the most busted things in mind.
I don't even think you guys have used it a lot. I know Chun Po got it, right?
I have it in the Tuesday campaign.
Oh, you do?
I have
Oh, in
many-
Kyoma.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you watched one of those sessions, William.
Yeah,
A bit of a different vibe.
a little bit. I have mental gymnastics. I don't think I do.
Oh, I thought
You took
somebody
something in
did
the
that.
mind. Maybe.
No, I have mental palace.
No. It's
Or
threshold
maybe
rewards for pillars.
Shoulder boards.
Interacting with conceptual power, the player is make an
Yeah, I
intelligence
remember having a
test
big conversation about it.
for bonus equal to the.
I was thinking for layer shaper, I could just choose the orrery, and then we get like big bonuses all in it, and negatives for other people, and or something.
Are we looking at threshold qualities or thresholds?
Are conceptual powers talking about the triangle of power?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure.
I'm not really sure, because like a Tao power could also be considered conceptual. I don't really know. Not really relevant at the moment, as we're not at tier 5. But
It is qualities. William.
if I just try to build more confluxes as most of my merit purchases, it would probably be good to make something similar to Jackie's
Yeah.
Jack False Raids thing.
I think that's like a way to because it's already built. It's built differently than how I was originally done it. Right? There was no might, swiftness. It was just like you spend the merit and then you get the bonus at the end. But in this case, you can have it be each one every time you purchase it reduces the total for each threshold, and
Yep.
then have something big like you could have, like I said, the be able to choose one of the other ones instead, or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think I did skillsmith, so I think I did take mental gymnastics then. But I have no idea. I don't have it listed anywhere. I need to put that down somewhere.
Or instead of it being 4 different pillars, I could use the conflux to combine them all
Oh, yeah.
and just have one running total, which gives greater benefits to thresholds.
You could also have it so you get better rewards when you hit your thresholds. That was another option I
Yeah,
had.
that seems like a good idea. Like, instead of reducing the threshold amounts, I could make it instead any merit that I spend in one pillar applies to all the other pillars at a reduced amount.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. Yeah, it's like a trickle effect. So overall, you're putting into it. In that case, when you do a complex purchase, you would also be hitting all pillars twice.
Yep, and it gives you like plus 20% or whatever.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
would be functioning differently from yours, but I mean, not really. If you're reducing the cost of each threshold, it's about the same as saying you get extra
Yeah,
towards each
100%.
threshold.
It's just a different way to say it. Exactly.
I was
Same
an idiot.
outcome.
I do have mental gymnastics listed, so we're good.
There you go. I
You
remember
can
the
utilize
conversation.
that whenever you want. That
Yeah.
is such a broken ability. Because if like you have an ability that doesn't work quite how you want it, you can say, "Hey, I want to make a logic test to make it work exactly how I want it for this roll."
And then I remember telling you you should write down what the outcome is if you do succeed, because then it's easier to do next time if you want to do the same thing.
Gotcha.
It just allows narrative to your abilities. That's really all it does. For not using narrative points, you can also apply narrative points in the process too. But
And my logic is maxed, and I have a lot of intelligence.
right, so easy peasy. And
And what? Oh, sorry.
no, you're good. What were you saying?
What should I propose to Matt as far as the trickling? Should I say 5% per level or 10%?
I would say 5% if you're doing for all.
Yep. Since that also makes it easy math, since everything's a multiple of 5 being
Yeah.
sent out. So
You
it'd
could
be
also make it
5%
just.
to all other thresholds.
You could also make it +1 for everyone, and then that applies additionally every time. That's like the 20% in a sense for every 5. If that makes sense. So like every time you spend 1, you spend 5 merit, you can have 5 of that go everywhere.
You'd have 1 merit go to each of the other ones.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Yeah, it's like, and then every time you increase that complex, it then turns to additional
Be
1.
2 for
and then it's
5.
2, and then 3 for 5, and then 4 for 5, and then 5 for 5.
Eventually, it becomes better to spend them elsewhere to get that threshold up.
Right. And that way you're able to go everywhere, and you're not limited to only buying complexes. That's the big thing. It's like when you do a complex build, you like, I could spend it
stuck.
over there, but I'm losing out on being able to.
Yeah,
to
that's
get my
kind of what
threshold.
I wasn't
Yeah.
trying to get pigeonholed into.
Yeah.
Because your reduction of threshold is like, well, now you still want to spend it everywhere.
Yeah.
But this way, you wouldn't have to. Okay. And then that would probably be, would that be might, or that's probably the might that, no, that's the spirit pillar is the one that's sharing each of the threshold things.
Oh no, I would have it for all of them. That would be for each one of your.
Well, so conflux is, or you'd have them all be doing the same thing for the
Yeah.
first level of the conflux.
Yeah. So in other words, it gives +1 to spirit, and then the other one is +1 to mind, and the other one is +1 to might, and the other one is +1 to swiftness, and therefore you've literally put it into every pillar every time.
Okay, so it's doing a, well, but you could also say that the spirit aspect of the conflicts just does that for all of them, and then there's a might aspect of it.
Or
and-
yes, you could do it that way too. Don't feel like you're limited. I feel like, yeah, no, that's an ask I would go for first, because that would allow you to have other things for other ones. Yeah.
yeah,
that's
that's what I was.
Yeah.
And I don't want to make this work retroactively, just because I don't want to recalculate all of my thresholds. But it would work for the purchase of this conflux, so that would be nice. Sorry, what were you saying, William? I'm getting
Nothing.
distracted.
The thresholds at the end of the day, or not thresholds. The total amount post threshold, as well as the differences that I've gotten from trainings and like ones and 100s. I have no idea what my actual peak amount is, or if I've passed it on certain things. Intelligence is a 94, and I think my peak should only be 80 because I have I have 2 thresholds and I got to silver, and I'm almost to 100, or almost to gold. Anyways, I'm not sure entirely what I'm referencing or talking about, but
Yeah, it seemed like 2 different things. One was merit thresholds, and one was your cultivation thresholds.
yeah, well, The biggest issue is I don't know what my totals, what my caps are, because some of it up just like 94 in intelligence. I know that that one is 94 because that's what I've gotten from ones and 100s, and I have no idea if I can learn more intelligence yet.
Oh, you're talking about characteristics.
Yes,
My
characteristic cap.
if you get more, it goes towards those caps. So, for example, I've reached my cap, but I have 104 intelligence. That means I can't spend more merit or utilize the training aspect to get more intelligence unless I roll a one to improve that. Unless you get more limit thresholds.
Yeah. I don't know what the even theoretical cap of what I currently have is. I don't know how to.
That's on you at that point.
Fair enough.
Because every time you get to silver gold, that's a limit all. I mean a limit break all pretty much for your characteristics. And then your thresholds, each one gives you, depending on which one it says, it gives you those. So pretty much what I've been doing is I have a counter on my traits that says each of the characteristics and how many limit breaks I have, or if it has a shatter. And then I say if I've reached, if I'm so it kind of starts at 60, and if I have 2 in weapon skill and I'm at 84, then I can't put any more into it. I'm like 2 out of 2 at that point, right? Because it's after 60. So if I have one, for example, let's say fellowship, because that's one of my low characteristics. Like I have a 0 out of 5 or 6 because I don't have anything past the 60 mark of my limit breaks. So I can go up to that point. So every time I hit a tens position, I count if I've hit it or not, right? And then I just fill them in until I reach the max, and then I can't put more into it.
Gotcha.
So what I would do is I would look at what thresholds you've hit for your merit, and then write down which characteristic limit breaks they give you, and then add them up. And then look at your current characteristics and be like, hey, I'm at I have one left, so I could hit the max. I can get to 100, but after the 100, I have to get more or find another way to improve my characteristic. I can
Alrighty.
also show you what it looks like as a visual example, if that makes things easier for you.
Visual would be better. Like at the end of the day, I think that level of
One second.
ADHD
Yeah, you're fine.
seems easier.
Ooh, additional rewards. I could get Gestalt for like additional thresholds, like 0.1% maybe for each threshold reached.
yeah. That's fair.
It might be a. I don't know that he would allow that since that seems more like the Statue of Burning Liberty. Wait, what?
Yeah, it's the Statue of Liberty getting hit with lightning.
Yeah, that was the idea.
Burning Liberty. Perfect.
Yeah, it was definitely the idea. All right, so here's my characteristics,
Mhm.
And then down here, I have limit breaks for them all. So I went from weapon skill, ballistics, strength, toughness. So for agility, for example, I have 5 out of 7, and that is because I'm at 110. So maybe my math's wrong too, and I haven't updated, but 60 and then plus 5, pretty much plus 50 is
110.
3 or 5. What am I trying to say here? It's each limit break is 10 characteristics in a sense, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm at right, so if I'm at 110, that means I've hit
plenty
it,
more.
and I can do up to 130. So if I reach a 130 for my agility, then I would put here that I'm a 7 out of 7 for my agility limit break, and therefore
And
I can't go up higher unless I roll a 1.
limit breaks are your thresholds.
Yeah, it increases your threshold by 10 for each.
because we're capped at 60.
Okay.
And black gold gives me 3 limit breaks all, pretty much.
Okay. So me being at silver, I have 1 limit break.
Yeah, and then gold
Right.
is 20 or 2, and then black gold
Mm.
is 3.
After black gold, we used to hit mountain climber.
And I don't know what that's going to be. It's something more maybe narrative or DAO based or something. I'm not sure.
Okay. So
But it's the next realm that we would break through. This is kind of what we're waiting on.
black gold gives you 3. What about the other
So
the other 4 and 2s and yeah.
yeah. So for example, limit break for willpower, and it's also shattered. I
Yeah.
have 4 magic necessaries, and each of those magic necessaries give me a limit break for my casting stat. So I got
Okay.
that. And then I have so my spirit is 515, and that is, we look at thresholds. I'm going to go all the way down to spirit. Each spirit threshold gives me a 1 limit break for perception, willpower, fellowship,
Hmm.
toughness, and willpower. So,
Right.
and
I
then
need to. Yeah. If
in this case, I would add +1. And then the second one I hit, another +1 for each of those 4 stats. And the third one I
Okay.
hit, +1 for each of those stats. And the fourth one I hit, +1 for each of those stats. And then I added the 4. And then I also, willpower is in might. And I have might 30, so I haven't hit any of those. And yeah, it's pretty much just from black gold for the 3, and then the 4. And
I see it now,
yeah.
and yeah, you guys have well easier to see it on somebody else's sheet, I
Mhm.
think. And now I understand where I need to at least put mine more.
Yep. And that's just how I do it. You can do it a completely different way. It's just the way I see it is it's easier to count of how many you have left. And then when you hit that cap, it's out of, 6 out of 6 in this case. I've hit my limit. And then I can't go more unless I roll ones or get more limit breaks.
Okay. So, should I have it 0.1% gestalt per threshold reached as an ask? Or should I ask for more?
I would ask
That
for
seems
more.
like a lot.
You're only gonna
Ask
have
for
one
more.
opportunity to go threshold. And
That is
it's
true. So 1% per?
time-based. Yeah, that's what I would do. Or 0.5. That's another way to look at a 5, like a +5 every time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that'll give you 2 for every one, which is I still think it's low, honestly. So maybe ask for 1 and then counter with, all right, what about 0.5 instead? And if
Yep.
he says no, then well, I guess
Well, if I level up the complex, then it's 2% per, which is a lot.
yeah, right. But like 2% out of 100. But it's still a lot, right?
Yep.
Uh, but think about the total amount. So, for example, I'm going to hit every single pillar, which is 5, and then that means if you
That's
hit
just
every
10%
5,
immediately, though. If I have
no,
a
no,
level
no.
2 complex.
If you did 0.1, is what I'm saying. It would be 2%, right? If you hit every single 5 threshold,
Mm-hmm.
2% gestalt only.
That is true.
Yeah. So I just look at the long term because if the way you're building it, and if you're going to try and get to 5, it's going to be the whole game, or maybe quicker. But yeah, that's just the way I'm looking at it. Try to go for 1 or
Ask
0.5.
for more.
Yeah. And maybe instead of the might swiftness, whatever, that could be one of your like the levels in this case. It could be like, hey,
1%
every
per
threshold
threshold.
I have, it could be 0.5%, or it could be a 1 or something along those lines. See what he thinks.
You don't get an initial level 1, right? It's just the 4 pillar effects for a complex now, and then when you level it up, you get an initial effect as well as powering the.
Yeah, so building the complex is 50 merit, and then that just gives you the
The
idea
4 pillars.
and the
Yeah.
4 pillars. Yeah, and then every level 1 is increased, but it also increases everyone by 5. Or sorry, everyone increases by 1.
Yep.
Like
Or
for
by whatever increment it is.
yeah, for example, our orrery complex for the uniforms. So in other words, it starts at 1 for the complex, but every level increases by 1. So if I have level 4 or 4 purchases, or that's 80 merits, 20 in each pillar, you'd be at 5 for 1 plus the amount of levels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember also he was maybe thinking of having 50 be a level plus the initial, but I don't know whatever happened to that. So this is a fair amount of merit, but at the end of the day, you're paying for the incremental stuff.
Yep,
Maybe.
because it's a pretty cheap first upgrade afterwards. So
Yeah, exactly. Cheap retrospectively, it's the best bang for buck. It's the way I look at it. Since it's increasing by 5 every time instead of. At least I did the math for it wise. That's why I did complexes.
20 then 40. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it's less good than some things now, which I think it should have gone up in price, like it did.
Mhm.
Because beforehand it seemed bonkers.
Oh, beforehand I could make a bunch of complexes and then also make a complex that's called a nexus, and then add all those complexes together.
And upgrade them together.
Well, you'd have to upload them separately, but like the Nexus was like how we can utilize. I don't know
The
if it's
two things together.
enhanced or one of the outer pillars of intrinsic or actualize. One of
Just like
those
a
spare
select.
things that allow you to put abilities together. So pretty much you
okay.
have a big one that applies everything together, and then you can only go up to the Nexus level. So if you only have a 2 Nexus, which is 2 levels of your complex, you can only go up to 2 levels of the complex, and you can only have 2 complexes inside of the Nexus. Confusing, I know.
I'm going to go ahead and hop off and do some stuff around the house.
100%.
Cool. See ya.
You all have a good one. Thanks for session. Thank you for helping me with the down name and all of the
course.
other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'll catch you next week.
Yep.
All right.
Matt, I guess for some reason didn't expect me to immediately be like, "Hey, kidnap me! Look at this sword that I made."
I didn't expect that. I fucking had a laughing fit after.
You come back and you are kidnapped by the sword carnival. Wait, hold on, what?
I mean, that's
Okay,
what we
so I
wanted.
went to the waterfront district to go
Yeah.
spread rumors because this guy only does it if he hears the rumor.
Yeah, right.
So I figure, well, at first I was going to go try to get him into the
The actual place it was.
the actual
Yeah,
place, and I'm like, wait, he just needs to hear the rumor. So I started spreading the rumor,
right.
and I rolled really bad on luck, which was really good. I don't know why it wasn't a low roll to run into this guy.
I think it was the opposite effect of like, hey, if you rolled in between, but if rolling a 90, it was like, how my what's it called again? The fucking hyperlane where it's roll a D1000, 50 or less, or 95 or 950 or higher. Like those are small percentage ranges, right? So anything around that.
I think it's also possible that Matt was thinking I didn't want to run into the guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was like, nah, this is perfect.
Is that who we
Hey,
want?
bro, I got swords. I sword. Oh, cool, you're getting kidnapped.
And then Matt was like, well, we're down this range now. You're not burning a fate
It's like,
point.
oh, yeah,
This
you
is
can
good.
you can burn a fate currency to not get kidnapped. It's like, well, I mean, this is exactly what we wanted, so
Like, all
I'm
right,
good.
let's do this then.
Yeah. What we were going for, having like, if we were going for just cosmic, we would have forfeited the match that you're
Right.
currently in. Things worked
Good
out
though.
pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Like-
This way, I
Also, I think he underestimated you as a character a whole lot when he's like, this is going to be almost impossible for you to win. You
Hey,
just
I
go
worked
and
hard.
kill the necromancer. Yes, you did. Kill the necromancer in one round. And then Sonic Boom the plane dude apart.
That was fun. I was like, ooh, it reminds me of that X-Men episode where it's just like the house is about to explode, and then he's just like kind of picking
Quicksilver
things
just
up,
goes through.
and
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I was imagining there. And I was not expecting to roll 50 on my D1000 when I was like, ooh, I could do that too, and then I was like, ooh, fuck yeah, throw a bunch in.
15. 1-5.
1-5. 50 out of 1,000.
No, it was 15 out of 1,000.
Oh, 15. Oh, that's what the roll was. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Good job, John. Lucky
good
guy.
job.
So yeah, that's fun.
So I don't know if I want to learn a different sword technique or maybe just finish my mathematics chant, but I also don't necessarily want to do that here in the Sword Carnival either if I don't have to.
So I guess it's going to be a fine line of how much talent do you show off, and if so, does that? I mean, he's going to put you up against more difficult opponents, maybe.
Which is
Or
also maybe a good thing, but I don't know exactly what.
it's more like a risk reward.
I guess we do know what their goals are. They're just trying to
Yeah.
cultivate us to be the best swords people possible right now.
Yeah,
to
and
represent
fuck
them.
everyone and fuck yourselves if you don't succeed, pretty much.
Yeah.
So I think there's maybe some benefit to keeping things on the down low, but you do want to show off in a sense, or at least be able to win against the opponents. I think that's really all it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what his plans are. If he wants to be like, all right, you now showed all your cards. Well, now you get to go against the really hard things. So if you succeed in that, you'll get better payoff. Maybe that's one way to think of it. But hey, we succeeded, and we're still in zone 1, not leaving zone 1.
Not yet.
Not yet.
We don't get to leave zone 1 for other zone 1 yet.
Right. I was really hoping to get another. Charge of Once Upon a Time, but I don't think I do until we go to the next zone.
You could ask, because this is probably a different story arc going into the Sword Carnival.
Yeah, it's the other thing I was kind of thinking of too. Once upon a time.
I think I know pretty much what I want to be doing right now, but see, the question is, do I build on normal swing, or do I do something that's lower power as training?
Didn't we have the conversation, and John was there too, about building up different ones to turn into a bigger pinnacle in a sense?
Yeah, but I don't know if I want to do another pinnacle, though, in this week of learning.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The other option is doing the books to get yourself more refinement.
And depending on what he says about the conflux, it could be a whole lot easier to learn those after I make my purchase.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be leveling it up once as well, which is 70 merit, split between the 3, and that would be 2 per 5, also split up. Which I would hit the second threshold for all 3 of the pillars if it goes how I'd want.
Exactly, right.
Which would be another 5 Gestalt.
We finally have some merit to utilize it with.
Or 10 Gestalt. Which might be too much.
He might say that's too much. I'm
Which, I mean,
more.
that's why I'm arguing for more first, and then we can
Yeah.
figure out the actually good point.
You know, it's negotiating, right? It's like you're negotiating the contract with Matt here. It's like, hey, this is what I want. Well, let's meet somewhere in the middle. Okay, all right. Well, try
Yep.
that. Or he says no. That's the worst case scenario. But
Well, I could see an argument for saying no for the Gestalt, since that's more of a narrative.
story,
Yeah,
basically. Yeah.
yeah. It's like I can completely understand if he doesn't want to
The only other
give that.
and the only argument I see is that yes, it's story based, but merit is things you don't give out often, like he said, and it's going to be very less amount of time that we're going to get
Merit here, yeah.
for the next one.
So call the conflict's harmonic potential, I guess, because harmony of the pillars.
Exactly, and make it your own. It doesn't have to be Jackie's thing.
No, I just wanted to see what you did with it, because I was planning on doing something similar to this, and you've talked about having made a thing here, which
so
it's not the most helpful with it being an old conflux, but it does help with a direction.
Yeah, honestly, it just puts your foot in the door. That's really all I look at it as.
Yeah. And I was going to be doing it from a different way as well. I'm not reducing the amount that the thresholds cost, except I could also do that for the swiftness one. Be like 5% per, he might say.
Right?
Yeah. So like swiftness, 5% less per threshold, which would be 10% at level 2, which is a good amount, especially if I'm also double dipping effectively with the spirit of giving other things to the other thresholds.
Did Luna get a walk? Okay. I was about to get session's over, so I was thinking maybe I could give her a walk if she'd like one, but
You're in the drive by in the street.
oh, yeah, nice. I was successful in my my tribulation that Matt put in front of me. I absolutely destroyed the competition and then talked my way out of the last fight. So that worked out well. And now we're off to Pain Train of the carnival. We're gonna be the attraction and fight against other people in the carnival.
Excellent.
Yeah, devour some talents.
So, Johnny.
Yes.
I don't know that you realized I was tier 10 lost as well to get over to the place that I was supposed to.
Oh no, I didn't realize that. No,
Okay, so it was a really fortuitous event that I got kidnapped there instead of getting lost and trying to find my way
back. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I was like when I went to find the forge master for my sword Vespa. I was like, oh, I have like not even a day to get back to my next fight, and it's like, oh, just go through this door. I was like, okay, that makes things.
See, I had a week, but I don't think I would have had that ability.
Right. Okay. Well, I don't know if I'll catch you more this week. Did you watch Mau Mau yet?
No, I haven't. I was playing D&D last night, so
How'd that session go?
it was good. I'm playing a goblin order domain cleric.
Yeah, you were telling us yesterday. I think that should be fun.
Yeah, he was fun. We got kidnapped by Bondarud's men and then escaped there, and are now under the care of some Orzhov lady, which is like the debt banking people in Ravnica.
Well, look at you. What you got? Like 6 D&D games now?
16? Wait,
Six D&D games. Friday, Saturday.
I've got
Saturday
2
night.
on Saturday night that flip flops.
Mhm.
I've got 1 on Sunday morning, 1 on Saturday morning.
Oh, so 5.
I've got 2
Oh, and
in the
Tuesday.
evening on Saturday or on Sunday.
Oh,
Those happen infrequently, but sometimes. And then 1 on Tuesday.
look at me having one game and your versus Char having one every day.
I've got it's all front loaded into 2 days basically for me. But
yeah, at least it rotates, right? I guess that's one way to look at it.
yeah. Well, and a lot of them are like not necessarily going to happen a lot of the time. So
yeah, but they're in person, right?
2 are in person.
Okay.
The Friday one is in person, which is why I wanted to join that, even though there's a bunch.
Mhm.
Bit different. and then one of the Sunday ones is in person when it decides to happen.
I'm trying to get an in-person game going for our small community that has.
I mean, I can drive up there.
Yeah. You should. But yeah, I'm trying to get my rule book finished and then write the campaign and then.
Shouldn't be that bad of a drive. Canada and the US are right next to each other.
I agree. It's all about perspective and
It's just across the
teleportation.
board.
Yeah.
And teleportation.
All right, Casey. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, see ya.
Bye.